Right. Sorry, we're slightly late. We'll make a start now. Welcome to today's strategic planning. If I can remind people to put the phones on silent or on vibrate. If anybody, councillors, need a break, please indicate, because if I'm not having people going walkabouts, otherwise you won't be allowed to vote. It's that simple. Which does happen at other committees, but it ain't happening at this one. Right, so membership of the committee. Got Councillor Anwar here for Paul. Councillor Bilama, yeah. Right, minutes of the previous meeting, can we pass them as a true record? Thank you. Any declarations and interests? So I'll start off with Councillor Sokal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got some email from the action group and some other people. Yeah. Well, I did not respond back.
Yeah. Councillor Anwar.
Nothing to declare.
Councillor Pattison.
The same as Councillor Sokol, 9 and 10, various emails but no action taken.
Councillor Pinnett.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, item 9 and 10 and 11. I'm not sure about the others. No, those I've definitely been lobbied on. No action taken.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, item 10 and 11.
Right. Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, item 9 and 10 had emails on, but no advice given.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, item 9 and 10, emails received, no action taken.
Thank you. And I've had emails about items 9, 10 and 11, no action taken. Any questions?
Sorry, Chair, no questions. Just sort out this.
Deputations and petitions?
No deputations or petitions.
Right. Because of the amount of work that we've had to do, we did site visits on Tuesday. We did a site visit at Rowley Lane, Fenny Bridge. In the past, we've done site visits up at Dewsbury, where we did actually go over border into Leeds. We got permission from Leeds City Council. Very nice of them. So we're going to get started now. Planning applications. This is Chidswell. There's 2 applications at Chidswell. We're going to do a presentation which is for both of them, but when it comes to voting, it will be 2 separate votes. Victor.
Thank you, Chair. Victor Grayson, Development Management Master Planner in the Majors and Minerals team. And yes, as Chair mentioned, we have 2 items being discussed first, items 9 and 10. These relate to 2 outline applications for mixed-use development at the MXS7 site, allocated site at Chidswell. This is the 4th time these applications have been brought to Strategic Planning Committee. Position statements have been brought to committee 3 times before, most recently on the 6th of October of this year. The number of visits of these applications to this committee was considered appropriate given the scale of development proposed, the range of issues and the duration of the applications, or the life of the applications. Committee members visited the application site on the 6th of October and previously, and also saw the site's context, including some of the development now underway in the surrounding area in October of this year. Members also saw the Capital Park site north of Junction 28 of the M62, which is of relevance to these applications. Since those last position statements were considered, the proposals have not changed. However, further information has been submitted by the applicant, mostly in relation to biodiversity, and the Council has undertaken a reconsultation on all the information submitted by the applicant to date. The two committee reports before members today bring together all relevant assessment and commentary from those earlier position statements, updated where necessary, and conclude with recommendations for approval of both applications, subject to conditions and Section 106 agreements. And members, I'll be talking, given the scale of this development, I will be talking for about 25 minutes, and I will be showing you slides, some of which you've seen before, some of which you haven't. Apologies for the duplication, but because we're now at a point where we're recommending determination of the applications, we do have to go over some of the information again. So I'll now provide a reminder of the locations of the sites and their attributes, constraints and contexts. Two outline applications, as I mentioned, are currently before the Council with all matters other than access reserved. One application relates to the larger part of the site allocation, referred to in some application documents as the Leeds Road site, or Site B in the applicant's transport assessment, where a residential development of up to 1,354 dwellings, employment development of up to 35 hectares, a new primary school and a local centre are proposed. At the other smaller site, referred to as the Haybeck Lane site or Site A, a residential development of up to 181 dwellings is proposed. The two sites occupy mostly greenfield land, having been released from the Greenbelt when the local plan was adopted in 2019. The photos here, other than the aerial view, show some views into the sites seen by members during the previous site visits. Most of the two sites are in agricultural use. However, the sites do include 7 existing residential properties on Chiswell Lane, Leeds Road and Haybeck Lane. The sites back onto existing residential curtilages on those 3 roads and are adjacent to agricultural land and 2 ancient woodlands to the east. I'll just point to those. Hopefully my pointer will show you. Just hovering there, that's Dunwood, that's one of the ancient woodlands. And this one is Dogloich Wood, also an ancient woodland. This slide shows the MXS7 site allocation in red. Members will note that the allocation meets the Kirklees-Wakefield borough boundary to the south. Housing allocations are shown in orange to the west. To the right are on this slide, to the right are map extracts showing public rights of way crossing the application sites and also showing watercourses and biodiversity designations. This slide shows the wider context of the 2 application sites. Here we see Junction 28 of the M62, that's the Tingley interchange, and the Capital Park development site to the north of that junction. Also annotated here towards the bottom of the image is Junction 40, the M1, that's the Flush Dyke interchange. Also regarding context, members will recall that the adjacent development at Owl Lane being implemented by Barrett Homes is well underway, as are development sites at Suthill, Challenge Way and at the Shawcross Junction. The Gawthorpe Water Tower is now a Grade 2 listed building, and the Huntsman Inn on Chiswell Lane has closed and has planning permission for 2 new dwellings within its grounds. So the following slides provide a reminder of what the applicant has submitted. These are parameter plans. As is normal with applications for outline planning permission, in some respects, limited detail has been submitted regarding actual proposals on the ground, and the applicant has submitted a suite of parameter plans, including these. If outline planning permission is granted, these plans would define the parameters of any development at this site, and then details would then be fleshed out at reserve matters stage. So this slide shows the developable areas proposed by the applicant, and also land uses proposed by the applicant at the larger site. Pale purple indicates the proposed employment area, and the pinkish areas are the proposed residential areas. And towards the centre of the site and a little to the west, members should be able to see the locations where the applicant proposes to locate a new 2-form entry primary school, that's shown in orange, a new local centre and specialist accommodation. On the right here, we see another parameter plan showing proposed points of access and the routes of the spine roads within the site. The larger site would have 4 vehicular access points, 2 on Leeds Road, 2 on Chidswell Lane, while the smaller site would have a single vehicular access point off Haybeck Lane. Pedestrian and cycle connections are also proposed. Continuing with the applicant's parameter plans, this slide shows the applicant's proposals for blue and green infrastructure, i.e. where they propose key drainage infrastructure and new planting and habitats. Members can note here that the applicant proposes 20-metre deep planted buffers around the edges of the ancient woodlands to the east. That's deeper than the 15 metres recommended by Natural England and the Forestry Commission. In a minute, members, I will show some recently submitted visualisations provided by the applicant which illustrate what these proposals might look like on the ground. But just staying with parameter plans for the minute, this is the parameter plans submitted for the Haybeck Lane site. A single plan has been submitted for that application, and this shows maximum building heights of 10 metres abutting the rear boundaries of existing residential properties on Leeds Road and Haybeck Lane. Obviously, this does not mean 10-metre high elevations would or could be built on the boundary. Normal requirements regarding amenity and distances between buildings would, of course, be applied at reserve matter stage. And then further into the site, the darker purple area, 12-metre maximum building heights are proposed. Turning now to junctions, which have been subject to significant discussions over the last over 2 years with the applicant team. Starting with junctions on the strategic road network, members have seen this slide before. This illustrates the junction mitigation schemes drawn up by the applicant team for junction 28 of the M62 and junction 40 of the M1. These have been devised in consultation with officers from Kirklees, Leeds and Wakefield councils, as well as National Highways, and in the case of junction 28, the developers of the Capital Park site, as that major development may also add significant vehicle movements to that junction. I say may, it would add significant vehicle movements to that junction. All those parties are comfortable with the designs of the junction mitigation schemes. As mentioned in October, the Capital Park scheme is subject to a resolution to grant planning permission granted by, resolved by Leeds City Council's City Plans panel. The 2 developers have agreed how to split the responsibilities for implementing the schemes. Also, as mentioned in October, the applicant for the Chidswell site is of the view that the predicted traffic levels may not in fact materialise, and therefore, rather than implementing these works at an early stage, the applicant proposes to monitor impacts for a period to enable the various authorities to ascertain whether the schemes or parts thereof are in fact needed. A mechanism for securing these junction mitigation schemes has been agreed with the applicant, and subject to detailed wording, National Highways are similarly satisfied. On the right of this slide, we also see the Shawcross Junction Improvement Scheme, which was being progressed by the council as part of the M2D2L project. I say it was being progressed because as part of a recent review of the schemes that were to be funded by the West Yorkshire Plus Transport Fund, the M2D2L project has been paused. This doesn't mean the project has been cancelled. Officers in the council's major projects transportation team are still carrying out design work and still intend to submit a planning application next year in relation to this scheme. However, this recent review does now mean it now falls on the current Chidswell applicant to carry out appropriate mitigation at this junction, and that can be done using the contributions already secured by the council from other developers developing nearby sites, and the recommended conditions accordingly secure this. Finally, regarding junctions, the applicant proposes improvements at the Haybeck Lane, Leeds Road, Suthill Lane junction, and at the Dewsbury Road, Rain Road, Syke Road junction further to the north. And also, the applicant, of course, proposes vehicular entrances to the site on Chidswell Lane, Leeds Road and Haybeck Lane. Regarding public transport, the applicant has agreed to carry out an audit of local bus stops and, based on the findings of that audit, replace and upgrade bus stops. Details of what would be replaced and upgraded are not specified at this time, as by the time residents of and visitors to the proposed development start using those bus stops, local bus stop provision may be quite different to what exists today. Also, regarding public transport, the applicant has agreed to the principle of funding or pump priming a new or diverted bus route through the application site. Again, detail is not specified at this stage. However, it is noted that this requirement would not be triggered until later on in the development programme, when a substantial amount of residential development has been delivered. It's appropriate to delay that provision until a later stage, given that all of the Haybeck Lane site and much of the larger site is already within reasonable walking distances of existing bus stops. So the next few slides show illustrative or indicative information regarding what development at these sites might look like. As the applications are for outline planning permission, these drawings and images would not be among those documents approved by the council if outline planning permissions are granted. However, they are nonetheless useful as they give the council an idea of what may follow at reserve matter stage. This slide shows how a mixed-use development may be laid out within the larger site, complying, of course, with the parameters set out in the plans shown earlier. Again, pale purple indicates the proposed development's employment area, which would have its own vehicular access off Leeds Road. Pink areas indicate housing. Again, members can see the orange area, which illustrates where the 2 form entry primary school would be located. Regarding that school, members will recall the good discussion that was had in October regarding primary school provision in October of this year. As regards what is now proposed by the applicant in relation to primary school provision, this has been firmed up in recent weeks. So firstly, the applicant proposes a contribution of £1 million to be put towards interim primary school provision. This would be paid across the 2 sites in tranches. Firstly, £300,000 would be paid from the Haybeck Lane development, which is likely to be developed first. Then 2 contributions, each of £350,000, will be paid as the larger site is developed, with the full amount to be paid upon occupation of 300 homes across the 2 sites. In addition, the applicant proposes the delivery of a 2 form entry primary school on the site. That is the applicant's preference for placemaking reasons, and it's also required by site allocation MXS7. That would include early years and childcare provision. That provision would be subject to a cascade whereby, before the occupation of 200 homes at the larger site, the applicant would decide whether to build the school or make an equivalent contribution. If the applicant opts for building the school, which, as I say, is their preference themselves, or more likely via their developer partner, this would be built and ready for use before 700 homes are occupied on the larger site. If an equivalent value contribution is opted for instead, this would be paid in instalments and would be used by the council to either build the school on site, the applicant would provide the land for that, or would be put towards alternative local provision. These proposals are considered acceptable and provide the applicant and the council, both in planning and education provision terms, with sufficient flexibility to accommodate the many variables and unknowns that lie ahead in the future. Members will recall the mention and discussion in October of the difficulties involved in forecasting education needs so far into the future, given population trends, parental choice, and the possibility of faster or slower build-out of the development, amongst other considerations. As mentioned in October, relevant considerations indicate that any primary school provision secured in connection with the development at this site needs to be, firstly, flexible, secondly, carefully timed to avoid undermining existing schools, and thirdly, must include provision for possibly temporary expansion of existing local schools for the period up to the point where the new school is needed. The proposed provision would meet those requirements. Regarding secondary school provision, contributions of £223,957 for the Haybeck Lane site and £2,257,029 for the largest site would be secured. I'll just digress slightly to answer a question that was raised by members in October regarding education provision. So there was a question as to whether or not there are any large developments on the horizon nearby in Leeds or Wakefield boroughs that may affect education demand in the area surrounding Chidswell. We've checked, and I think, as we mentioned at the committee meeting in October, there is the Hague Moor development in Leeds, which is going ahead, and for which I understand Leeds City Council are collecting contributions under still. We found no other major developments nearby that would have a significant impact on education demand at Chidswell. And there was also a question about cross-boundary movement of children, given parental choice and given that children can go to schools outside the borough in which they live. We've checked with education colleagues, and the responses that we get in planning from education colleagues do refer to existing capacity in schools in Kirklees, but the number on roll figures that are used to inform forecasts and forecasts of spare capacity in the future do take into account cross-boundary movement of children. Education colleagues have said, and I'm sorry if these are not quite the right words to use, but Kirklees does export more children than it imports, especially in northern parts of the borough where children are known to go to schools in Calderdale. That's children who live in the parts of the borough bordering Calderdale, and also in Birstall and Birkenshaw, where children are known to attend schools in Leeds. So yeah, the answer is those contributions that I mentioned to do with secondary school provision do take into account likely movement of children across boundaries as far as can be predicted, given that there are so many variables and unknowns. Staying on section 106 matters, regarding the other obligations required, the applicant has confirmed that these can be provided and, crucially, can be provided when they are needed. And lastly, the applicant has confirmed that each phase of the development's residential element would include a policy-compliant 20% affordable housing provision. So, going back to the applicant's illustrative information, this is a plan of the Haybeck Lane site submitted by the applicant. Members can see that this would have a single vehicular access point from Haybeck Lane, and it incorporates existing vegetation, including an important hedgerow that's shown there in darker green. We can also see here the adjacent ancient woodland at Dunwood, regarding which there is commentary in the committee reports where it's suggested that continued but controlled public access should be provided. This slide illustrates, again it's indicative, character areas suggested by the applicant, and it shows the retained public rights-of-way running through the site, as well as the other ancient woodland, Dogleitch Wood. This is the phasing plan submitted with the applicant, which remains indicative, although the applicant has suggested that the up to 181 units of the Haybeck Lane site and the employment element, for which there is currently strong demand, would be built early on in the development programme. Turning now to the 3D visualisations submitted by the applicant this week. There's three of these images. I'll show all three of them. They are, to an extent, simplified, so not all detail is shown in these images. I just want to make clear to members, or make sure members are aware of what is shown and what is not shown in these images. So, for example, topography is not so easy to appreciate from these images. Some of the watercourses are not shown. The pylons and overhead cables that exist across the site already at the moment, they're not shown in this image. Boundary treatments, for example, are not shown either. And obviously, the trees shown in this image are of a certain age. Don't want to pick holes in these images because they are useful. They do provide useful indicative information as to what a development at this site might look like. So this is a view looking from above the site, looking west, showing parts of the larger site, illustrating what that development might look like. So members can see here part of the development's employment element to the right, the primary school, local centre, playing fields and allotments towards the centre of this image, and the spine road running from Leeds Road and down to the bottom left of this image, as well as some of the proposed housing. Then this is this is a view of part of the larger site again. This view takes in Dogloich Wood, part of the employment element to the left, and the development's southeasternmost residential area. Beyond this, we see greenbelt land within Wakefield Borough. Also seen here are the applicant's proposed sustainable drainage solutions, or some of them, or what they may look like, subject to details being provided at reserved matters stage. And then finally, this is a visualisation looking north. At the centre of this image is the up to 181 dwelling development proposed at the Haybeck Lane site, which would back onto the existing dwellings that line Leeds Road and Haybeck Lane. In the foreground is part of the employment element of the larger site and its spine road. So members, that's a summary and a reminder of the site and its context and what's proposed by the applicants. I've also touched on some of the assessments set out in the committee reports, and then the rest of this presentation relates to officers' assessment of other relevant planning issues and to consultation responses and representations from residents and elected representatives. Regarding land use and the principle of development, there is commentary in the committee report for the larger site, including regarding the proposed uses and their compliance with the requirements of site allocation MXS 7. In short, the proposed land uses do comply with the requirements of that site allocation and other local plan policies. The proposed development's employment element comprises up to 122,500 square metres of floor space provided across 35 hectares in B1A, B1C, B2 and B8 uses. Those are the old use classes that are still used given the date that these applications were submitted. These would deliver a predicted 3,019 full-time equivalent jobs, not including related supply-side jobs and not including the 212 construction phase jobs predicted by the applicant. This job creation aspect of the proposed development attracts significant positive weight in the balance of planning considerations. There is also commentary in the committee reports regarding the loss of the site's agricultural use, which I'm highlighting as that matter has been referred to in many of the representations submitted by local residents and in the Chiswell Action Group's request for decisions on the applications to be deferred. In those representations, it has been noted that an agricultural land classification assessment has not been provided. That assessment will clarify whether any part of the site is within the best and most versatile category or categories of agricultural land. And it's also been noted by local residents that Natural England have advised that such an assessment should be provided by the applicant. However, to summarise what's in the committee reports, the loss of the site's agricultural use was taken into account, albeit at a high level, during the preparation of the local plan, along with the many other considerations weighed up in the relevant sustainability appraisal. Site allocation MXS 7 allocates the site for uses that unavoidably, by their very nature, would result in the loss of the agricultural use of the site, and the site allocation requires no further consideration of the matter at application stage. The concerns raised regarding the loss of the agricultural use of the site are understandable, given the increasing importance of sustainability, which is of relevance given the emissions involved in importing food, and given concerns regarding food security, which is of course of relevance given Ukraine war-related and other supply issues seen this year. However, given the policy position and other considerations, which members I can elaborate on if you'd like me to, it's not recommended that a decision be deferred to request the submission of an agricultural land classification assessment, nor is it recommended that outline planning permission be refused on these grounds. Sustainability matters are also addressed in the committee reports. The site is considered to be a sustainable location for residential and employment development. Sustainable transport measures will be secured via the recommended Section 106 agreements, and other measures, including those related to energy use, would be specified at reserved matters stage if outline permissions are granted. Regarding drainage, the applicant proposes an acceptable overall strategy that would direct surface water to existing watercourses, which already drain the site, at appropriately attenuated rates via sustainable drainage systems such as attenuation ponds. The applications have not attracted objections from the lead local flood authority or Yorkshire Water. Biodiversity is a matter that has attracted significant interest from local residents and the Yorkshire Wildlife Trust, with objections and a request for deferral of the Council's decisions relating to the age and adequacy of the applicant's ecological surveys and the biodiversity net gains proposed by the applicant. There is detailed commentary on these matters in the committee reports. Given the survey work carried out so far by the applicant, given the useful information provided by local residents, given the responses from Natural England and the Council's biodiversity officer, who have not objected to the applications, and given the fact that further detailed survey work and revised and updated biodiversity net gain calculations will be required at reserve matter stage, it's recommended that deferral would not be necessary and that a decision to grant outline planning permission can be soundly made in relation to biodiversity impacts and enhancement. The larger application relates to a development which constitutes environmental impact assessment development, for which an environmental statement needed to be submitted and has been submitted, and there's commentary regarding this submission throughout the committee report. The two committee reports recommend that a wide range of planning obligations be secured via Section 106 agreements, including in relation to the previously mentioned education provisions and highway mitigation. Also relating to affordable housing, so a policy compliant 20% provision will be secured. Also relating to open space, biodiversity net gain and off-site ecological mitigation relating to ground nesting farmland birds, amongst other matters. Public access to the ancient woodlands, social value, including in relation to training and apprenticeships, responding to the Council's social value policy. And members will recall the information provided in the applicant's presentation in October of this year that those contributions would total over £21 million. Conditions are also recommended, and members please note the additional conditions listed in yesterday's committee update, which are to be added to those listed in the committee reports. Representations received to date are summarised in the committee reports and in yesterday's committee update. Regarding the Council's consultation and reconsultation, a total of 830, that's actually 831 representations as of today, have been received in relation to the larger application. And for the Haybeck Lane application, a total of now 397 representations have been received. Councillor Lukic, Mark Eastwood MP, Kim Ledbetter MP, Simon Lightwood MP and members for adjacent wards in Leeds have made or have forwarded representations. The vast majority of representations are objections to the development. Objectors to the applications have asked the Secretary of State to call in both applications as noted in the committee reports, and as with other applications considered by this committee, the Secretary of State would not decide whether or not to call in the applications until the Council has resolved to determine them. The majority of statutory consultees have not objected to either application. The Coal Authority, Natural England and the Environment Agency, for example, have not objected, and the lead local flood authority, as mentioned earlier, is satisfied with the proposals in relation to drainage. Members will be aware that much more information would be submitted at reserve matters stage if outline permissions are granted, including in relation to amenity and residential quality, and including regarding unit sizes and tenures of the affordable housing. The applicant has also committed to submitting an early reserve matters application related solely to infrastructure provision, which is welcomed. Additionally, rather than fully disposing of the sites and leaving all future responsibilities to developers, the applicant intends to maintain involvement in the application sites, fulfilling an overseer role to ensure development is appropriately coordinated and master planned, and this is welcomed given the scale of the development and the likely time frame for the delivery and completion of development across the allocated site. In summary, regarding both applications, it's noted that harm would be caused, as is inevitable with developments of this scale on greenfield sites with various sensitivities. However, harm would be suitably mitigated where possible, and the residual harm would be outweighed by the proposed development's significant public benefits, particularly those relating to housing delivery, including affordable housing delivery, job creation and economic development, as well as the provision of a new 2-form entry primary school on site, which attracts significant weight in the balance of planning considerations. The two outline applications before members today set out policy compliant proposals that would make a significant contribution towards the provision of new homes and employment floor space in Kirklees, and that would progress development of the borough's largest employment allocation. Approval of both applications, subject to conditions, including those added yesterday, and Section 106 agreements, is recommended. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Victor. Right, with a few speakers. First speaker is Mark Eastwood.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? Can you hear me all right? Hello?
Hello? Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, right, okay. Thank you, Chair. Appreciate you giving me the time to do this on Teams. I'll set out my objections now. So, outline permission for a development will often progress with conditions attached. No outline application should be approved where constraints on the site relating to issues of biodiversity and ecology have not been adequately addressed. Without such issues, it is not possible to determine whether a scheme is acceptable. Despite Natural England's requests for site-specific surveys to assess the quality of the land, this has not been completed. Soil assessments have not been carried out, which would indicate specifically what percentage of land is best and most versatile land. Best and most fertile land benefits from particular recognition for its economic and other benefits. I am sure that officers are also aware of the Council's strategic development strategy, which also protects best and most versatile land as part of climate change mitigation. The ecological survey is outdated. In the previous report, it was acknowledged that species such as skylarks and yellowhammers would be permanently displaced. Reports indicate that regular sightings have been reported of Schedule 1 species, therefore a full and up-to-date ecological survey is required. I'm aware, or my understanding is that Arriva have not committed to an enhanced bus service and that discussions continue in relation to funding for existing services, for extending existing services. It is concerning that there remains unaddressed material considerations and a lack of relevant and essential information which councillors should take into account if they are to make their decision in accordance with their legal duties. Should outline permission be granted, it will leave the planning permission open to legal challenge, and your colleagues already mentioned about the calling which I've requested. Finally, the acceptability of a development should be contingent on the following, or developments in this case: a satisfactory ecological green and blue infrastructure plan, walking and cycling arrangements both into and within the site, a firm and funded commitment to an enhanced bus service, it being a net zero carbon development. Considering an application for such a major development that does not have guaranteed benefits for climate and nature, and without such material considerations being considered, is unacceptable. And that ends my presentation. Thank you.
Next, we've got Duncan Smith.
Good morning, Chair. I would like to raise concerns of the impact of wildlife and agricultural land on both applications. I've walked these fields and ancient woodlands for years. I'm aware of the rich variety of bird assemblage and wildlife. One such protected scheduled bird is kingfisher, which is found in Haybeck and below Chidswell. I first saw kingfishers 3 years ago, capturing a blurred image on my phone. I shared it with a group collecting evidence of species on site. A group member captured photos of kingfisher on first attempt, which perhaps might seem lucky given that the applicant's assessment said that it's just an occasional forager. Further evidence of kingfisher is a profusion of white branches along the beck with video evidence captured over 2 years. A pair of kingfisher have been heard calling, firmly indicating kingfishers hold territory there and over a number of years. Signs at nearby Fenton Dam ask readers to look for kingfishers, but the applicant's environmental statement states no nature conservation designations and no protected species aside from bats. The watercourse is part of the Kirklees Habitat Network, indeed a nature conservation designation, and there are indeed protected species other than bats. The ornithological report states no Schedule 1 species, which is factually incorrect. Extensive video evidence exists to disprove this. In the ancient woodlands, we've got roe deer, which have bred this year. What is going to happen to the roe deer with all this building around it? And so I assure you there are Schedule 1 kingfisher, red kite and barn owl on site. Surveys are now 4 years out of date and are not in line with the Ecologist Code of Practice. This needs updating with new in-season surveys. The environmental statement needs updating to include evidence of protected species and nature designations to allow proper mitigation. There will be pollution from development inevitably to the feeding watercourses and haybeck over a sustained period of 20 years. The question is, how will this development affect watercourses on site and the protected species using them, including food sources? In terms of the agricultural land classification, the proposals need site-specific agricultural land classification and soil surveys, rather than using the high-level ALC map for Yorkshire and Humber at a strategic data level. Natural England contacted planning on 4 occasions over 5 years, advising site-specific ALC and soil quality surveys were required at local plan and outline permission proposals. The applicant has refused to carry out a soil assessment which would indicate how much is grade 3A land, which is best and most versatile. There's evidence from a previous planning application on the site of 68.1 hectares of best and most versatile land. Kirklees Council's own report states that agricultural land quality can deteriorate or improve in the space of 20 years. A soil quality specialist states that it would be shocking if it went from 2 and 3A to 3B in that time. Kirklees Spatial Development Strategy states that development on best and most valuable BMV land is to be avoided. Evidence suggests that part of the land is likely to be best and most versatile, but the grading is not known or where it is. How then can it be avoided? The committee report cautions that this would be the single biggest loss of agricultural land in Kirklees for many years, which would be irretrievable. And without all this missing information, it's not possible to take these material considerations into account. It's ironic that the applicant is deciding which reports are outdated and which reports are okay. Mobile wildlife over 5 years and which aren't the static soil surveys. In more general terms, the Secretary of State for Housing has recently stated that the development proposals such as this should have the consent of the local community. Clearly, from the number of objections to these proposals, this is not the case. And we've heard this week that mandatory housing targets are being dropped and the imperative to build here and now is not needed. And therefore, I ask that these proposals are deferred until these missing information can be properly considered. Thank you, Chair.
The next speaker is Sally Naylor.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. So, magnificent ancient Dunwood and ancient Dogloach wood are irreplaceable and a material consideration. They rely on water feed from above and below ground. I have witnessed springs and streams which feed them. I cite expert representation from Professor Rotherham, who is a former head of Local Authority Ecology Service, sits on the Yorkshire Wildlife Trust Advisory Board, and is also an authority on ancient woodlands, their environmental function and climate change. And he says, the proposed 20-metre buffers will not protect the ancient woodlands from the pressures, nor help their hydrology. It will take years to grow, and when grown will not mitigate from lighting, vibration, invasive species, predation, disturbance, toxic chemicals. He adds, water is diverted away from the ancient woodlands by these proposals. This would cause slow death by drying. Drying leads to dieback of trees, loss of sensitive woodland ground flora, loss of streams and streamside vegetation, loss of associated flora and fauna, increased flood risk downstream. Stresses on the woodlands, hedgerows and streams reduce their climate resilience and function as natural capital. Sustainable urban drainage systems, which are recommended by the lead local flood authority, he says, are unlikely. And also, swales the water from the swales and soakaways won't get into the groundwater. Older trees have far greater impacts on mitigating flood risk, biodiversity, carbon sequestration, and climate proofing. I and others have gathered evidence proving biodiversity has been downplayed and denied. Priority species at Haybeck and Chidswell are material consideration, including Schedule 1 red and amber listed, have been omitted. Habitats, species and ecosystems have to be identified to conform with CIEEM standards to inform your decision making. Skylark plots will not work. Building is proposed on their nesting and breeding grounds, as we have seen this morning. Survey recommendations remain undone. Without properly updated surveys, how can the committee have the information to make the assessment on the likely impact of the proposals on protected and priority species and habitats to decide what long-term compensatory measures should be in accordance with the local plan and climate emergency? The applicant's biodiversity net gain calculations, BNG, are fundamentally flawed. Based on inaccurate, out-of-date surveys and a one-day walkover out of season, they do not conform to CIEEM standards. Yorkshire Wildlife Trust issues leading to 14% net loss remain unaddressed. Deep diving into the calculations submitted, and these are Yorkshire Wildlife Trust figures, to achieve the 10% biodiversity net gain proposed, what has been done is that streams have been input as poor. The streams and watercourses on the site are good quality. So poor quality streams, a material consideration, cannot be confirmed later as being in poor condition because they are in good condition. To make a change on the biodiversity net gain calculation from poor to fairly poor would take it down to 3.98% on that amendment alone. The streams as well have also been put into the calculation as of being in no local strategy. This denies them being in the Kirklees Wildlife Habitat Network, which has its basis in the local plan. A change from being in local strategy to what it should be, which is formally identified in local strategy, takes the biodiversity net gain on that simple amendment alone down to 7.76%. These are Yorkshire Wildlife Trust figures. These are the manipulations that have been put in place to achieve the proposed 10% biodiversity net gain. Poor quality streams, as I say, can't be proven. They're in good condition. And also, off-site developments, 20 years after the habitat have been destroyed, have been included to achieve the 10% net gain proposed. Feasible determination of 10% biodiversity net gain cannot be achieved, leaving a grant of outline permissions vulnerable to legal challenge. Once they're gone, they're gone. Thank you.
Mounsey.
Thank you, Chair. I'll summarise some of the comments that have already been made and going to cover some of the other areas of concern from the Action Group. The members of the Strategic Planning Committee should have received the documentation, which I think you've all accepted that you've received. There are material considerations in there, most notably on the correct agricultural land classification, the ecological impacts, the biodiversity flaws, including calculations for biodiversity net gain, and the ancient woodlands and the current proposals, which are currently flawed. You've been quoted 15 metres as a boundary. It's not. It's 50 metres is the requirement, and that hasn't been included in these plans. The detail in the CAG document covers all these areas in depth and highlights the significant points that we would like you to read and digest and hope that you have had the time to do. The decisions taken today will have long-term impacts on not only Chidswell but on the surrounding areas of Shawcross, Tingley, Ossett and Gawthorpe, with irreversible damage to the vital recreational and environmentally rich area. Chair, there is no support from the local community for this development, with over 800 objections received, including objections from both MPs for Dewsbury East, Batley and Spen and local councillors. We note that the applications are separated in the agenda for Chidswell and Abeck. These developments must be considered together as they are allocated as a single development site in the local plan, and many of the supporting documents have been produced in direct relation to both sites and have not been split. A pre-application letter issued by the planning team to the applicant in 2019 called for full planning permission to be submitted. Since this date, the planning team have significantly relaxed its stance, changing to a outline planning requirements only. Considering the size of this development, surely more detail is required, or Kirklees Council runs a significant risk of this development delivering very little of the original intention. Chair, why has the planning team moved away from its own guidance? There is no precedent for such a large-scale development to be passed with a significant number of issues outstanding and left to reserved matters. The move away from stringent housing targets, as mentioned by the government this week, should be further considered by the Strategic Planning Committee to ensure you are going to deliver the right decision at this point. Traffic in this area is already a significant issue, and the issues are still outstanding within this application. Wakefield Council has, within the last month, raised further concerns regarding some of the proposals, and these are currently being ignored. So I do ask to the Chair why we are choosing to ignore local or adjoining councils' concerns. Of significant note is the complete failure to assess the junction of Leeds Road and Owl Lane from the village of Gawthorpe. This is a primary route for the village, and yet it is not assessed. Chair, we wonder why this has not been assessed, and move that this should be assessed before any approval is granted. The pause in funding to critical junctions by the West Yorkshire Combined Authority, most notably the Leeds Road Challenge Way and John Ormsby Way junction, which has had a significant amount of time and effort put in place by the Kirklees Council, has currently now passed to the applicant to resolve. And to quote some of the words from your statement, it will now be down to the applicant to actually determine the solution for this junction and propose a solution for this. How is that applicable at this point to allow you to make a decision and pass this through? You should also note that objections have been placed by the Cycle Forum for the poor planning of this development, and West Yorkshire Combined Authority have also raised concerns about misleading and inaccurate representations in the documentation. These have not been addressed. The traffic impact assessments have been carried out using classification D1 at 50%. This is storage. This does not meet with your plans for employment on this piece of land. Therefore, the traffic impact assessments are flawed. Holding objections are currently in place by National Highways, and irrespective of any assurances that are currently in place, the holding objection is still in place. Therefore, no determination can be made today. It is disappointing to note, Chair, that the applicant continues to refuse and circumvent planning policy, and the Kirklees planning team, for unknown reasons, do not wish to follow their own protocols and guidance and gain the most up-to-date and comprehensive information to determine this application. Applicant's refusal to carry out ALC, as requested by a consultee. Failure to ensure reports are up-to-date and relevant. I must stress 4 years is not up-to-date and relevant. Failure to make public the archaeology report that we have not been able to comment on. With all the evidence presented, the material considerations raised by consultees and Chidwell Action Group, failure to comply with statutory consultee requests, missing transport assessments for key junctions, failure to supply information to the public domain prior to this meeting, the pause in support for this development and the wider district from the West Yorkshire Combined Authority, this development should not be approved today, Chair, without the expectation of legal challenge. And to quote the Chair, we need to get this right. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair.
Morning.
I'd just like to highlight some of my own and the community's concerns surrounding the increase in traffic these developments will bring to the communities of Shawcross, Chidswell, West Ardsley, Garthorpe and the further surrounding areas. The traffic at the moment is quite busy, even though people do work from home. And the traffic assessments carried out show a large number of the junctions are close to capacity or over capacity, even when there's some mitigation, not all of them can be improved. The main ones, I don't want to bore you with all the different junctions in the report, but is Junction 5, which is the Challenge Way Leeds Road, Owl Lane one. At the time the survey in 2019 was very close to capacity. However, there's been some more plans passed with new housing just across the road and a new McDonald's on this junction, both impacting the junction further and need to be taken into consideration, which they weren't at the time. Junction 7, which is Owl Lane, Wakefield Road and Leeds Road, which is the big roundabout just at the bottom of, I don't know if you're aware, the Mad Mile. That's already over capacity. And Wakefield Council have raised their objections or some concerns about that. Junction 9, which is the Leeds Road Owl Lane, which is a tiny road where the McDonald's has been built, and that's already was close to capacity, but will be over capacity now with the McDonald's when that's gone through. And the John Ormsby Owl Lane, which is a little roundabout just off there also, which will serve the McDonald's, is already over capacity and will need some interventions. All of these ones, what I've just mentioned, were assessed before, need to be assessed before planning proof is approved, and also the West Yorkshire Combined Authority's recent statement that the improvements to these junctions have now been paused is a real concern for us with the traffic in the area. And there's a number of other junctions which are over capacity and will need some mitigation, but it doesn't really show in the reports how these will be mitigated and gone along. And the main one is along the Garthorpe Village one, which I think has already been mentioned, is completely missed off the reports, and it is between two of the junctions that have assessed, so I'm not really sure why that whole village has been missed off these reports. Some additional considerations is that there's a lane called Chidswell Lane, which has been heavily impacted by the Owl Lane development. There is a part of it which is quite rural, and it's seen a large increase in traffic due to the additional works on Owl Lane. This is a green recreational lane and needs to be stopped off at the Kirklees and Wakefield border and should not have a wait and see approach, which is suggested in the report. There's been several accidents in the last couple of months, and the lane is only one sort of carriageway in most of the parts. There's also, just to mention, that the Haybeck junction that they're going to create, that lane is a really fast lane, and looking at the report, that will just need some calming measures put in place if approval is considered. Just a quick mention that Arriva have made several cuts to the bus services in the area, so it's not as well served as it was in the report. All these reports are in the Volume 2, Chapter 13, which are on the planning portal. Thank you, Chair.
Set it for 10. We'll just alter in as timer. Next, we've got Councillor Lukic.
Thank you, Chair. Am I coming through all right?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Good morning, members. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I'm I'm speaking mainly on the larger outline application for the mixed-use development, about half of which is within my ward. You'll be aware the overall Chidswell site is one of the largest local plan allocations in Dewsbury and North Kirklees. It's always been obvious to residents that our area is already heavily developed beyond the capacity of local services and infrastructure, and such a large scale of development at this site would make many of our existing problems far worse. Removal of the site from green belt protection will always be a serious error in my view. We are where we are with the local plan what it is. But given the size and sensitivity of this site, it's vital that the committee is given all the necessary information to assess the many significant negative impacts of the proposed development. There are two particular issues I'd like to highlight. Representations, including some you've just heard, have demonstrated widespread concern that the agricultural quality of the land has not been properly assessed. With such a large amount of agricultural land affected in this application, it's key that the committee is provided with an up-to-date agricultural land classification assessment, as was requested by Natural England. I've seen the report, paragraphs 10.11 to 10.26, consider this issue at some length. At 10.23, the report states it cannot be confirmed that no best and most versatile agricultural land would be lost. Without the double negative in this sentence, it means that based on the information we currently have, there is potential that best and most versatile agricultural land would be lost. Further, at 10.26, the report states the proposed development would involve the single biggest loss of agricultural land in Kirklees for many years. The borough's agricultural land supply is finite and the agricultural use of the land would be irretrievable. Given these facts, and heightened concerns over sustainability and food security, it's imperative that the committee is able to consider an up-to-date agricultural land classification assessment at this stage. This is not a last-minute request. Natural England first asked for this to be done over 2 years ago, and the applicant could have done so at any time. I hope that committee will ask for this essential information to be provided before determining the applications. Turning to transport matters, it's acknowledged that the proposed development will have major effects on the local and strategic highways networks. In our last full council meetings, I've raised concerns with the leader of the council and the West Yorkshire Mayor over the impact of proposed pausing or pipelining of highways projects in the vicinity of this site. The Mirfield to Dewsbury to Leeds M2D2L scheme includes a capacity improvement at Shawcross Junction, which is the main signalised junction for access to Dewsbury and Batley from this site. The official status of the project is, I understand, that that M2D2L has achieved outline business case approval and will continue to a full business case stage, including applying for planning permission at the Shawcross Junction. However, if the full business case is approved, the Kirklees construction elements will be paused and added to a pipeline for future delivery over a longer time frame, which is very uncertain. I've been following up this matter and been unfortunately unable to gain any certainty that any capacity improvement at Shawcross Junction will actually be delivered. As we know, nothing can be delivered until the funding is fully identified and secured. In my view, the impact of traffic generation from the proposed development would already be unsustainable, even with the proposed added capacity at this junction. But without it, the situation would be completely absurd. It's also right to highlight the significant cuts to local bus services running through Shawcross as relevant to this situation. We should not be telling our residents that they should potentially be made to put up with thousands more new homes in their town without all the necessary infrastructure in place to support that level of development. So I hope that the committee will support local residents with their concerns and agree that these and several other issues highlighted by consultees and the Chidswell Action Group mean that the proposed development should not be approved today. Thank you for your time.
Finally, Nolan Tucker is the next speaker.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning, members. We've been working on these sites for over 10 years, from supporting the allocation of the land for development through the local plan process, through to preparing and submitting the 2 applications you have in front of you today, and all the post-submission discussions that we've had with the Council and consultees over the past 2.5 years. We are delighted that both applications are back in front of you today, following the helpful position statement back in October, and we would welcome the opportunity to continue to work with the Council in taking forward these outline proposals to detailed design and ultimately to the delivery of much needed new homes and employment space. These are very important applications for the Church Commissioners in the context of their national portfolio, and they will be taking a long-term interest in their delivery. The Commissioners are committed to developing a successful, vibrant and sustainable community which attracts investment and jobs to the area and provides new recreational and community facilities and provides a choice of much needed new market and affordable homes. We recognise this site as a key employment opportunity for the district and indeed for the wider city region. It will attract a wide range of businesses in type and scale and with the potential for securing over 3,000 jobs. Importantly, it will provide not only a large-scale opportunity for inward investment, but also space for Kirklees' existing businesses to expand. A lack of suitable supply has seen companies leave the district and residents having to commute for jobs elsewhere, both of which have been long been a challenge to the district's economic growth objectives. The sites have been subject to much consultation over a long period of time. This began with the draft local plan in 2015, which went through various stages of consultation through to its adoption in 2019 and the allocation of the land for development. Following the adoption of the local plan, we undertook extensive consultation with council officers, key stakeholders, including with the Yorkshire Design Review Panel, and we also organised 2 well-attended public consultation events in summer 2019, and we wrote to over 35 local interest groups to seek their views and inputs. After the planning applications were submitted, we've had regular meetings with council officers to ensure all the key matters have been properly addressed. These outline applications provide a framework that will facilitate the detailed design of the sites, as you've heard. Set within in an illustrative master plan, we have prepared a series of parameter plans for the larger scheme, covering building heights, green and blue infrastructure, key access points, and the main development uses and their siting. These key development parameters will be locked in through an outline permission and will ensure a comprehensive and coordinated approach to site design as each phase is brought forward through reserve matters submissions. You will have seen in the committee reports that a combination of planning conditions and Section 106 obligations will ensure that the schemes meet in full their policy requirements and provide all necessary mitigation. These include providing 10% net biodiversity gain, fully compliant affordable housing at 20%, the long-term management of the ancient woodlands, mitigating impact on the local and strategic highway network, providing a financial commitment towards bus provision, retaining existing and delivering new cycle and pedestrian connections, and also primary and secondary education provision. In summary, the Officers' Committee reports have robustly assessed the applications against the development plan and all the material considerations, and we fully support the recommendations for approval. Thank you.
Right, that concludes the speakers. Before we go into members, Victor Mathias, any other officers, have you got anything you want to come in about just to clear any points up?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I think maybe we could bring in the Highways Officer to comment on some of the points that have been made so far. But before I do that, through you, Chair, can I just clarify regarding the format of the applications? The advice that officers gave to the applicant team back in 2019, I think it was along the lines of, well, I can read the relevant sentence in the pre-app advice letter. It did say, although the Council encourages the submission of applications for full planning permission wherever possible, you, i.e. the applicants, have the option of submitting applications for outline planning permission first, with applications for reserved matters consent to be submitted later, which is what the applicants decided to do. Any developer has that option. The Council can't specify or refuse to deal with an outline planning application where they're submitted. I'll hand over through you, Chair, over to the Highways Officer. Thanks.
Hi there. Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've just been making note of some of the points which I'll try to go through in order of them being raised. I think bus service funding was one that a couple of people raised. As you can see from the officer report, there is a commitment from the applicant to pump prime a suitable service through the site at the appropriate time. That's part of the 106 contributions. The details of that admittedly are to be agreed at this stage. I think it's important not to provide the service too early because it wants to be financially viable. So the site is well served by buses currently on Leeds Road, Haybeck Road and Chidswell Lane. and majority of the site is within 400 metres walking distance of existing bus stops. So the trigger point for funding a route through the site, as we've said, at 1,000 dwellings, which is about the number of dwellings, including Haybeck Lane, that could be built out before you get beyond the 400 metres. So there is, as it says in the report, they have agreed to funding of a bus service. Wakefield objection, yeah, that was a relatively late objection. There's a couple of points to that. I think one is the roundabout, which I think is called the Chancery Way roundabout. Queuing does occur on that junction at peak times, on the Owl Lane arm of that. Wakefield have recently submitted concerns. I don't think it's a full-blown objection. I think they've submitted concerns about that. That junction was assessed as part of the transport assessment. Whilst there is queuing on that arm, the impact of the development traffic on that is quite minor or immaterial. The majority of the queuing on that arm is actually due to just local growth on the network. I'd say that's been a relatively low one, but the impact of the development on that arm is relatively low. The Leeds Road, the Shaw Cross Junction. A couple of the objectors mentioned a couple of other junctions. I think there's the Owl Lane Leeds Road, and there's the Owl Lane John Hornsby VC Way roundabout. That together with the junction is really assessed as a small network in its own right. So the improvements at the Shaw Cross Junction incorporate assessment of the roundabout with Owl Lane and John Hornsby VC Way, plus the signalised junction where it meets Leeds Road. So that as a whole, those three junctions being assessed as a whole. And hence we've got the proposed Shaw Cross mitigation measures, which, as has been mentioned, was something the council were progressing but has now been paused. But that assessed that little mini set of junctions on in its own right. Chidswell to Garthorpe along Chidswell Lane has been raised, and that was raised by Wakefield Council. As happened with the approved Barrett's application, Barrett's Owl Lane application, the Spine Road crosses Chidswell Lane at that point, and concerns were raised by Wakefield at the time about traffic potentially going south on Chidswell Lane towards Garthorpe. Now, measures are in place, and it's attached, would be attached to both permissions. There's the Barrett's one already has the condition attached to it. This one would have a similar condition attached to it, that there will be measures in place to stop that turning movement, with provision, if that was monitored, if that become an issue, to then do something more physical. Currently, it's more of a signing mitigation. If that proves to be unsuccessful, there is funds in place to actually look at something more physical. But that, in doing so, you would put out some people who live on there, which would make quite a lengthy detour for people who actually lived on there. So that's why it hasn't been implemented at this stage. And the other point was the M2 D2L, which, yes, we accept it has been paused, and there's no certainty of it coming through from a West Yorkshire funding point of view. Hence, we've actually the requirement on it will now have to be a developer-funded improvement, and we have already collected some funding from sites around there towards funding of that junction improvement. Right, thank you, Chair.
Excuse me. Right, members, it's over to you. Mohan.
Thank you, Chair. I was just looking around my colleagues. If there is any hand. So, anyway, I go first, Chair. Chair, this is a planning application which is going on since 2019, nearly 3 years now, yeah? And there have been negotiation going on between our officer and the developer. This is mixed-use scheme comprising residential development and the employment which we need that at this time, yeah? I'm pleased to see the residential development up to 113-15 dwelling. Employment development as well, create jobs, highly skilled job, residential institution center, local center, and 2 form entry primary school, including early year provision, and green spaces, access, and other associated infrastructure. I've been on the planning committee for many, many years. I've never seen so much, any developer offering these facilities. Yeah? We have a contribution, Section 106 contribution. It's a big contribution. And highway improvement, road improvement, junction improvement, education contribution, 70,000. We will get more when the scheme comes in the reserve matters. And affordable housing, 20% housing, open space, air quality, and other. That's a really good contribution offered by the developer. Mr. Chair, this application, I think some people have mentioned to defer this application. I don't see any reason to defer this application because this application is going on since 2019. We had a pre-application statement at the committee stage, and I think the developer has had consultation with the local councillors and the local community as well. They had the chance to put their views. Yeah. I think the proposed application will provide housing much needed at this time. We need that and employment as well. Mr. Chair, as I said earlier, this negotiation going on between the officer and the developer since 2019. And our officer, I believe, secured one of the best deal with the developer for the benefit of the local community and the Kirklees as a whole. If you see the situation at this time, budget time, Kirklees are unable to afford to improve those road junctions which this developer is proposing at this time. I think the officer, which I said, have secured a best deal in terms of housing, employment, and I would like to support officer recommendation to approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think most of my remarks are going to be in relation to the largest site. I will try not to forget the other one, but of course, you know, most of the issues that are of most importance to people refer to the larger site. I accept that this land is allocated for mixed use in the local development plan. That's a given. I won't be moving refusal at this because I don't see that there are reasons for doing it. However, I still think there are too many holes in what we're being given to let it go just like that. Where do I start? Well, I'll start with the report that contribution that I read from the action group, pointing out a lot of these holes. Now, I know officers have said issues that are pointed out in that report have been covered, but I'm not certain that they have. One of them I will particularly mention, and that is the agricultural land classification issue. It's all very well us saying that this matter has probably been dealt with when the local plan inspector had hearings, which are probably 2 years ago now, probably longer than that. I don't know, because I wasn't here for that for this site, so I don't know whether they were. That's one issue in relation to the land. The other is the biodiversity issue, which, from what I've read in the report and what the objectors have said, there is a certain amount of special pleading, if you like, in order to arrive at the figure that's given there. I'm not convinced that figure is actually real. I would need a lot more evidence to show how that 10% figure can be arrived at. It seems the arguments in relation to that seem particularly weak. And given we've got such a large site that is taking up a lot of open land, what still is at the moment open land, we have got to be extremely careful about these things. It is important for us to examine an application like this, examine it as finely as possible, and only then be satisfied that we've got something that complies with what the local plan says, but also something that local people, even if they don't particularly like it, that the application doesn't do violence to things where it doesn't need to. There are a number of other issues which I think justify this application being deferred. And some of them have been mentioned by contributors. Diversion of watercourses. I'm not sure that there is enough evidence in the report to show that if watercourses are diverted, what effect this will have on the ancient woodland that surrounds both. Well, one of the ancient woods refers to both sites. The other one, the larger site. The biodiversity issue, as I say, I think is important. There is also an issue, I think, about bus services, which the argument is now getting bound up with a lot of problems that providing bus services exist for operators. To some extent, I won't say we should ignore that, but because we had the West Yorkshire Mayor here at a council meeting last night, and one of the things that he was talking about was improvements to bus services. I'm a great believer in improvements to bus services, and I think that what the if it gets to the point of being approved, that the Section 106 should actually attempt to improve the existing services before they start dealing with new ones going through the site. Sorry, that's a slight diversion, but I think there are issues relating to that. I think I'll stop there. Now then, the next question is: do I actually move deferral? I think I will. Well, for a holding position, I'll have both sites. I may take the other one out. It just depends what the issues are in relation to the two different sites. As far as I can see at the moment, that there are issues that relate to both sites that we need clarification on. So I will suggest that I will move that we defer it, and I have already mentioned some of the issues. I'm quite happy to come back and clarify those. I'm assuming I get somebody to second it, and we will then sort out the issues that we need specifically to get clarified. But I reserve the right to come back, later, if you don't mind, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is the moment where I declare my secret Green Party and say that such a development shouldn't come in front of us anyway. I mean, it's agricultural land, it's working land with only 11,000 acres. I say this probably every month or at least every other month. But as far as this site's concerned and my concerns about it is, one is several items have been brought up by members of the public here, such as agricultural land quality and other issues that I didn't hear them being addressed and clarified to my satisfaction anyway. The other is just simple things like bus service. Well, it's okay putting bus stops on new estates, but if we've no buses and no way of getting new buses, it's almost a misnomer. So I disregard anything to do with the bus service whatsoever. School contribution, as I've read the plan, it looks like it could go on till 2045, I believe. So any of the children that are even born on the estate when it first starts could be at university by the time that there's any primary school there. So again, as far as a contribution or a plus factor, I'm not clear on why that would be a plus. The other thing is location that I'm not happy with. What we're doing is forcing people to travel to anywhere to do anything. There is really no facilities apart from the proposed new McDonald's drive-through. So unless you want to go to McDonald's for your dinner, then you're going to have to travel to I mean, I travel through this place all the time to get to Renthorpe, and there's really nothing round there other than maybe a local shop, etc. So it's not well serviced as far as a big site's concerned. The other thing is 20% affordable homes. Well, again, affordable homes is one of those almost throwaway statements that developers give us that doesn't really have any credence with me whatsoever. So, and then I think it was 149 that they were planning on social housing and affordable homes. So it's just, I guess what I'm trying to say very badly is that a site of this size, this type of mixed development on such a beautiful piece of land seems almost a waste, and I just wish we were closer to being able to review the local plan so that we could talk about this and take it off plan and leave it as it is, as a working farm. That's all I've got to say, Chair. Thank you.
Next is Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Chair, and just wants to echo a couple of the comments that have already been made by Councillor Pinnock. and Councillor Thompson, just regarding the agricultural land classification. In terms of previous, how we got here with regards to the local plan and the site being allocated for development, really a question I wanted to raise with the officers, if that was okay, just regarding what the worst case scenario might be if Natural England come back with the requested soil assessment and agricultural land classification report that's been requested, that I understand hasn't been provided by them. But if it came back with the absolutely worst case scenario situation, where would that leave the planning application in relation to if it was passed today without that and the Secretary of State maybe wanting to overturn the decision? Where does that leave this planning application in a worst case scenario, hypothetically? If that's okay through you, Chair, to ask that question. Thank you.
I didn't know whether you were going to allow Matthias to come back and answer that.
Sorry,
Emma.
So apologies, everyone. If I could hear from all members, and then certainly Councillor Gregg, I'll give you a comment back on that as best I can. Thank you, Councillor Patton.
Okay, thank you. Well, I do accept that it is in the local. This piece of land has been is in the local plan for mixed use development. I think the development of this land has been, I mean, I think as the Church Commission has said, I mean, has been certainly in their mind for 10 years or more, which gives you an awful lot of time to consider every little thing that needs to be considered, even if things are changing in terms of, I don't know, school places or biodiversity or whatever it is. I do hear all the concerns that the representatives of the action group have said, and I think there's still room for those concerns to be more fully considered as we come to the reserve matter stage. We have to remember this is an outline planning application, it's not the full application. But even so, having said that, within the conditions, I feel certainly 16, 17, 18, 19, well, there's more than that, but in the conditions, the concerns that the action group have raised, the concerns that Councillor Pinnock have raised, there is something there to enable officers and the developers and ourselves later when it comes, if or when it comes back, to consider further, to ensure that those concerns are well addressed. I think this is a very big application. I'm not sure it's the biggest, and I think it has been warranted the consideration that it deserves by everybody. There is no grounds, I think, as Councillor Pinnock has said, there's absolutely no grounds, I think, that I can see for refusal. And I'm sorry, I don't feel that I can second your recommendation for deferral. I think we've given so much consideration. We've been out on site several times. We've seen, we've considered this a lot. And to be honest, it would say something about us as a planning committee if we were to say, oh, well, we need to defer it now, because I'm sorry, we should have looked at that before. You know, we should have considered that before, really. There may be some absolutely new information, but I think we've had the opportunity to ask those questions and ask for more information before now. And as I say, I don't think the concerns that have been raised, we still have that opportunity at reserve matter stage to consider them. So I will I'm not quite sure if Councillor Sokol did actually move the recommendation, but if he didn't, if he did, I'll move it, I'll second it, and if he didn't, I'll move it. I will move that we accept the officers. Oh, sorry. Well, I'm talking about the first one at the moment, because that's the way we need to do it, isn't it? Anyway, but I mean, I am. I mean, my comments will probably apply to the second one as well, but I am directing them at the first one to start with.
Chair, I move the application to approve the officer recommendation to approve application. Thank you.
Sorry, just to be clear, that for application 92331, which is the land east of Leeds Road, has been moved and seconded.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members, for questions. Thank you, speakers, as well. I won't rehash a lot of what's been said. I think I would just like to draw an over picture that members have seen this several times. It has been round consultation for several times. There will always be difference of opinions and different views in planning. There is a subjective element to that. The question for an outline planning application is it in compliance with the development plan? Are there other material planning considerations that you need to take account of to arrive at your decision? Do you know enough to make a decision? And some of the issues being highlighted about reports, you could ask for more reports, of course you can, that's your entitlement, but do you have enough information from your site visit, from your presentations previously, and what's in the report to arrive at a decision? I think my advice to you is you do know enough to say whether you accept the land can be redeveloped for the purposes of the planning application. It has been through a planning exercise at plan making stage to look at the agricultural classification. It could be repeated at planning application stage. I would almost ask the question of what would you gain from that? You have a planning application that's going to seek to redevelop the land. You might know if it's good land to use or not, but the fundamentals are it's going to be built over with housing, roads, employment opportunities. You can't really unpick that outcome with a report. So it's a judgment of what do you know about the land and the development plan, and do you accept the proposals in front of you? Councillor Thompson, you've been very clear on that. Councillor Gregg, to really answer the question, the answer to the Secretary of State is we've made a recommendation to this committee. If that recommendation is carried and we refer it to the Secretary of State, he will see the report, his case officers will see the report, he will hear from the residents and the representations from elected officials that have been made today and arrive at a judgment whether to call the decision in or not. My experience would tell me that applications that are in accordance with the development plan, such as the one you have today, do not normally get called in, even at the scale of this planning application. But that is a decision entirely for the Secretary of State if this committee resolves to grant permission today. And if he does call it in, he could ask for further information at that time and open a public inquiry. That's the what-if scenario. So just to come back on a couple of points Councillor Thompson's making, I hear what you're saying about the school, and that's why we secured £1 million from this developer to ensure that school places are taken care of before a permanent school solution is either built on this site or the equivalent money is secured. So the children that come to this development site, if it does get planning permission and built out in the future, there is a significant amount of money coming into the council to ensure school places are taken care of in advance of a permanent school. So there's both elements, both scenarios taken care of. And on this bus, we talked long and hard with the developer and our colleagues at the Combined Authority who work closely with the bus providers. And it is important that we make new developments as accessible for all users and as sustainable as possible. And the balance then is, when do you introduce a pumped prime service? So this developer has committed money towards that pump priming. That means that a bus will come into the site when it's needed. And that my experience of delivering other schemes of scale where we've put buses in too early is you see them driving round empty for 4 or 5 years, and then the funding goes and the service never takes hold because the patronage doesn't take hold. So it is better, in my view, with my engineers, listening to advice from specialists and the applicant, to wait until there's a certain level of activity at the site that will mean that the money brings the bus into the site, and hopefully then it becomes sustaining in the long run. So you do have to wait, but we aren't going to wait to a point too far in the future that it won't happen. So I'm confident the Section 106 package deals with the outcomes, it mitigates the impact, it does the same at Shawcross. The developer is stepping in to pick up the scheme, not the scheme the council's drawn up necessarily, but a scheme that mitigates their impact, the impact of other developments. And in planning terms, that's the baseline. You must mitigate your own impacts, and this scheme that they designed will. It could be the one that you saw today. There's no saying it won't be, but as a baseline, it will mitigate theirs, the Owl Lane development at Barratt Homes, and some other smaller schemes that we've contributed to for Shawcross. And then finally, on biodiversity, a matter very close to my heart. I am absolutely committed to ensuring that we get 10% net gain on all development sites. This Reserve Matters scheme that comes future will ensure that. There are planning conditions that deliver that, and I absolutely hear the voice of local concern that that doesn't happen. Well, I want to ensure that that's central to our master planning exercise. It's the council's commitment to dealing with it, and this council's been quite forward-thinking in ensuring that developers do contribute 10% net gain before the Environment Act was even enacted. So I don't see that we won't secure that here, and I feel that the developer has been very clear that their intention is to secure that on site. So overall, it is a difficult scheme. It's the largest one you've had before you. It is in accordance with the development plan, but entirely, members, it's your decision on whether you think you know enough to grant outline planning permission and then facilitate reserve matters thereafter. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I should have looked at the conditions before I spoke. One of the problems with having a list of conditions like this is that it summarises the conditions, doesn't tell you what's in them. I've had this out on previous occasions. When I first got on planning committee, which is a long time ago now, we used to have them all written out in full. And it's not clear to me where it says, for example, condition 19, ecological mitigation enhancement details. What exactly does that mean? Because as I alluded to earlier, both in relation to the agricultural land classification issue and the surveys of wildlife and ecology, they do not appear to be up to date enough. And I don't know whether you can enforce this by condition, but it seems to me that if this is passed, that condition 19 needs to say how up to date any surveys that go with that condition should be. And I would also want a condition put in to have an up-to-date agricultural land classification survey done. I think that is all part of us being able to assess to what extent we have lost land that might have been used for something else. It seems to me it's incumbent upon us to have all this information available to us, and it's not here except in summary form. It says, for example, a bus stop infrastructure audit. What is that? Is that it? Is there something else behind that to say exactly what should happen in relation to bus stops and the improvement plan? This is condition 30. There are other things. I expect that the conditions 16 and 17 relating to drainage will probably say something about how this affects the ancient woodland, but it doesn't tell me that there. I stand by my request for deferral. I haven't had anybody second it yet, but because we simply haven't got the information there, yes, I'll leave it at that.
Conditions, please.
Yeah, through you, Chair, on those points regarding conditions, I'll deal with them in reverse order. Councillor Pinnock, the bus stop audit is intended to be a survey of existing bus stops surrounding the application sites. That survey will take into account the condition of those bus stops and whether or not they have shelters, seating, digital displays advising bus travellers as to when the next bus would be coming. And then on the basis of those findings, the applicant would then be required to propose upgrades and replacements. I should mention that some bus stops will have to be relocated and replaced anyway because of where the site entrances would be. But that's the intention of the condition, for up-to-date survey to be done close to the point where or when visitors to and residents of this development would start using those bus stops. And the view is it's not appropriate to secure specific details of upgrades and replacements now because there's still a reserve matters process to go through and conditions discharge to go through and construction of at least one phase of this development to go through before anybody from this development would start using those bus stops. So it's much more sensible, we believe, to secure that audit nearer the time that those bus stops are being used. Regarding a condition securing a agricultural land classification assessment, that's not been recommended, and because of the commentary that Matthias set out, we wouldn't recommend that be applied. Regarding ecological mitigation and enhancement, those details really should come forward at reserve matters stage when we know more about the layout and other aspects of the proposals. So just to give a couple of examples, it wouldn't be appropriate to start specifying where bat and bird boxes go until we know where the buildings would precisely go in those phases that would be brought forward at reserve matter stage. Same with things like the detailed design of green corridors throughout the development. Again, that would need to be specified at a reserve matter stage, and it's then that the associated mitigation and enhancement would be best specified. But in terms of surveys, yes, the applicant's ecological survey information is now fairly old. It's over 4 years old. It has been supplemented by a walkover survey carried out in October of this year, which is of some use, but officers and the applicants as well do accept that full detailed surveys would need to be redone to inform the proposals brought forward at reserve matter stage, and that would be an appropriate point to do it. You would then have bang up-to-date information that will take into account all the information that we have so far, new on-site observations. If need be, the council's biodiversity officer can accompany the applicant's consultants on site if there's any disagreement as to how certain ecological features need to be categorised as an input into the biodiversity net gain calculations. If that needs to happen, that can be done. And of course, reference can be made to the significant volumes of information that local residents have gathered regarding sightings of, it was mentioned, kingfishers and red kites and other species that have been seen on site that there is evidence of. So yeah, officers, our advice to you would be that adequate survey information to inform that those mitigation and enhancement measures can and should be brought forward at reserve matter stage, and the conditions will be worded to secure that information.
I should have said this just now. Condition 31, the Construction Environmental Management Plan, does this include involvement of local residents, or would that be left to the reserved matters stage? Because I think that, as you know, I've been very keen on that sort of involvement. Because I can't see the words there, I don't know whether that's included. And I would also like to know why we can't have an agricultural land classification condition. It's all very well recommending that we don't have it, but I don't know why. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, it's just come. All construction management plans for major developments require developers to engage with local residents to tell them how they're going to construct, where they're going to construct, and they must submit that information as part of the discharge details. You have brought that up previously. That's our standard approach in Kirklees. The other point really is planning conditions have to meet the tests of planning conditions. Is it necessary to have an agricultural survey? Is it relevant? Is it precise? Is it enforceable? What are you going to do with it is the real question. So I struggle to see the necessary test in my view, and that's why it's not recommended on here. If the committee decide to ask it to be put on, my advice is it doesn't meet the test, but you are the decision makers at the end of the day. What would you do with it, I suppose, is the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I do know this area, and from what I can understand, the land was farmland, and the agricultural land classification may come back, and it may say this is the finest farmland in Kirklees, and obviously we may not want to lose that. And I do think, bearing that in mind, I'm grateful for obviously the submissions that have been made by officers, but I do think we do need more information, because ultimately it has been requested, it hasn't been provided. There are a lot of unhappy people with this application, in the hundreds of people here, and I just do not think there's any way I could support the application without at the very least that that assessment and provision for the panel. So I would be minded to second Councillor Pinnock's deferral based on that. Thank you.
So you're suggesting that you wish to defer the application for this agricultural quality survey so that the applicants know precisely what the deferral is all about. That's what it is, just that point.
I accept that. Yes, yes. Now that I've investigated the conditions a bit more, some of the things that I mentioned have it would appear been covered, but there are the agricultural land classification. It's an issue that all right. I hear what Matthias is saying about it not being necessary, but I think, and this is not related to biodiversity, it's quite a separate issue. We are getting rid of some of the best and most versatile land in Kirklees. Kirklees hasn't got a lot of it. We've got no grade 1 land, precious little grade 2 in the whole of Kirklees. And while I accept some of that will have been gone through at the inspection stage, to not know, and the applicant willfully, it appears to me, although I might stood corrected, not given that information when it would help us to know to what extent we are building on such land. Maybe officers will say, well, that's not sufficient reason, but as part of our interaction with the natural environment, I think it is important. It's not biodiversity in the sense that would be recognised in that condition, I suspect, but it's related to how we treat the land that we've got, and I put that forward on that basis.
And just for my understanding, and perhaps to try and get an answer to the so what question that Matthias has posed, if an agricultural land classification, well, it came back and it said it was the best land ever, agriculture in terms of it, we would then have to overturn the local plan? Is that the consequence of, if we wanted to take into consideration any upgraded?
Sorry, I think we're going up a blind alley here, really. So there's been a deferral, which has been seconded. We're trying to summarise the reason for that deferral for the applicant's benefit, so they know what they have to deal with if it is deferred. However, and which we will summarise as needing a agricultural land classification report. However, we do have in front of us a full officer report with a mover and a seconder, and I suggest that we proceed on the officer's recommendation to start with.
To be honest with you, personally, I don't think a land report is sufficient enough to defer it anyway. We need more than that. First proposal to be moved and seconded was the officer's report, so we'll go to the vote for the officer's report, and I'll just remind people this is for 2020-92331. Thank you.
Yes, so if members, if you can wait till the light comes on your microphone before you answer. So this is the officer recommendation, which includes the extra conditions set out in the update and also the rewording of the Section 106 agreement as set out in the update. Councillor Sokol? Officer recommendation, yes.
Yeah, for.
4.
Councillor Pattison?
4.
Councillor Pinnock?
Against.
Councillor Gregg?
Against.
Councillor Thompson?
Against.
Councillor Hall?
4.
That's carried, Chair, 4 votes to 3.
Right. Go up to page 95. This is the other part of the application, which is application number 2020-92350. Members, any more comments, or who wants to move it, whatever?
I've no more specific comments on this particular application, and I will move that the officer's recommendations are accepted.
Yeah, I second, Mr. Chair.
No. Right, we'll go to a vote. I'll just remind people at home again, then it's all clear. 2020-92350. So it's being moved by Councillor Pattison, seconded by Councillor Sokol. We'll go to a vote.
And again, it's subject to the conditions in the report and the update, an additional condition, and the Section 106 agreement. Councillor Sokol?
4.
Councillor Anwar,
4.
Councillor Pattison,
4.
Councillor Pinnock,
Against.
Councillor Gregg,
Against.
Councillor Thompson,
Against.
Councillor Hall.
4.
That's carried, Chair. 4 votes to 3.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you for this morning's session. We'll reconvene again at 1 o'clock when we've thawed out. Thank you for your attendance and thank you for everybody that's come this morning to speak. welcome everybody to this afternoon's session. I will remind people again, if you've got a phone, hide it, put it on silent, etc. Right, first application for this afternoon, it's page 123, and this is Rowley Lane, Fenny Bridge at Huddersfield. Nick.
Thank you, Chair. Good day, members. My name is Nick Hurst, Case Officer for this application. This item is an outline application with only access as a consideration for up to 75 dwellings. All other matters, namely the scale, appearance, layout and landscaping of the development, are reserved matters for later consideration. At present, the site is an open field which slopes downwards from east to west. Rowley Lane runs along the north boundary and Penistone Road to the west. On the boundaries, trees surround much of the site. The site is part of housing allocation HS2 in the local plan. The whole of allocation HS2 covers an area of 9.33 hectares and has an indicative capacity of 286 dwellings in the local plan. This application covers 2.4 hectares of that total area. A total of 75 dwellings across a developable area of 2.2 hectares would represent a density of 34 dwellings per hectare. Up to 75 units would, therefore, broadly comply with the local plan's capacity expectations and would represent an effective use of the housing allocation land. As a proposal is up to 75 units, a lower density may be considered at reserve matter stage if demonstrated to be appropriate. Access is a consideration of this application, with the plan showing what is proposed. This would take the form of a new priority junction onto Rowley Lane. To facilitate a safe access, including the benefit of a 2-metre wide footway along the frontage of the site to Rowley Lane, where there is currently none, the trees along the north boundary would have to be removed. Appropriate mitigation for the loss of these trees may be sought at reserve matters stage. The proposal also includes improvement works to Rowley Lane and Penistone Road Junction. This includes both junction visibility displays being improved and increasing stacking space on the minor arm. At allocation stage, careful consideration was given to each of these allocations as points of access and traffic generation. It was concluded that, subject to improvements, the Rowley Lane and Penistone Road Junction could accommodate approximately 150 units. The proposed improvements and the proposal as a whole are considered acceptable by Kirklees Highways, who are available for any questions you may have. To accommodate the traffic impacts of the combined indicative 598 units between HS2 and HS3, at local plan stage, it was expected that some form of junction upgrade with Penistone Road to access the local highway network would be required, as the junction at Rowley Lane and Penistone Road would be above capacity. That will be come back to shortly. The site is notably within a setting of 2 listed buildings. This includes the Grade 1 listed Woodsum Hall on the left of the image there, and the Grade 2 listed number 1 Woodsum Road. As detailed in the report, the proposal would affect the identified heritage assets' respective settings and would result in a degree of harm to their setting through introducing modern development to historically open land. However, this has been concluded to cause less than substantial harm, which would be outweighed by the public benefits of the proposal. This is subject to appropriate details coming forward at reserve matter stage, but there are considered no prohibitive reasons why acceptable details could not be provided. This plan shows the site's relationship to allocation HS3 on the right-hand side. Together, HS2 and HS3 have an indicative capacity of 598 dwellings. As required by the local plan, applications for development on HS2 and HS3 are expected to be supported by a shared master plan. The purpose of the master plan is to indicatively show how these sites may be developed in a coherent and consistent way to support their effective development moving forward. This is the master plan layout for the site and provides a high-level understanding of how the allocations may be developed in the future and how they may respond to the site's constraints. This includes demonstrating non-development areas, areas appropriate for housing, open space, and both pedestrian and vehicle connectivity in and through the site. The current application site is circled in red for context. While a high-level overview, based on the available information, the layout shown is considered to be an attractive approach to the site and is welcomed by officers and manages to address the constraints appropriately. At the local plan, it was determined that Rowley Lane could not accommodate the combined expected traffic for the entirety of both allocations beyond the 150 units previously mentioned. As such, later phase of the developments require some form of junction upgrade with Penistone Road. This has been indicatively shown as a roundabout, which will be brought on to shortly. The master plan also includes a indicative design code for the proposed dwellings and subdivides the allocations into a variety of design areas to provide a framework and parameters for future development. This is the master plan's phasing document. This application represents phase 1 and will be accessed from Rowley Lane. Phase 2 seeks 80 units and would also be accessed from Rowley Lane via Hermitage Park. Phases 3 and 4 would be accessed from the new junction upgrade on Penistone Road and would deliver together most of the units on the allocation. There is intended to be no highway access between phases 2 and 4. This plan shows the indicative roundabout which would enable access to phases 3 and 4 in more detail. For the avoidance of doubt, this does not form part of the application, however needs to be understood to demonstrate that the later allocation can come forward. It demonstrates such a design is feasible and that phase 1 may be built without prejudicing the future access of phases 3 and 4. As part of this application, a financial contribution will be secured towards the roundabout, ensuring that each phase contributes towards bringing it forward so as to not unduly burden later phases. The report before members outlines officers' full assessment of the proposal. The application is for outline permission for residential dwellings on a housing allocation, with all matters bar access reserved. Up to 75 dwellings would represent an effective use of the allocated land, and it has been demonstrated that the proposal would not prevent the remainder of the allocation being developed. Therefore, the principle of residential development is considered acceptable. Access is a consideration, with that proposed consisting of the site access and off-site improvement works considered to be acceptable. There are considered no prohibitive reasons why acceptable details relating to the reserved matters of scale, layout, landscape and appearance could not be provided at reserved matters stage. Due regard has been given to the other material planning considerations, including ecology, drainage and heritage, and the impacts are considered to be acceptable. In terms of obligations, as an outline application with numbers unknown at this time, exact values cannot be identified. Nonetheless, the provision of appropriate obligations are to be secured via 106 within this application to be fully detailed at reserved matters stage. As required by the local plan, the application is supported by a master plan. The master plan is considered to comply with the expectations of the Council's master plan policy, LP5, and provides acceptable indicative details for the future implementation of both HS2 and HS3. 107 public representations have been received in response to the proposal and responded to within the report. Officers therefore recommend approval, subject to conditions and the signing of the section 106 as detailed within the report. Nothing further, Chair.
Right, thanks, Nick. Yeah. Right, we'll move on to speakers. First speaker I've got is Bernard McGuinn, who's got 5 minutes.
Right, okay. Shall I go?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, this is an in-principle planning application. So it's really hard to find the factors to oppose it because we know that all the things that are a problem with this site will will be dealt with in reserved matters. So we know there's going to be at least one more application on this matter. One of the problems I can see is the viability of the site. The fact that they have to contribute towards a roundabout. Well, they're only contributing £250,000 and the total cost is £3 million. So for the amount of houses, 70, they're not paying in proportion to what the roundabout's going to cost. So I worry about the viability of this, whether they can afford to do it. The land, if you've been on the site visit, obviously today, the site is very difficult. We've had difficulties with another site in Lepton that's come up for application, and they've gone through the stages. Yes, it's okay in principle, but when they've come to actually building it, they've come back and said, look, we can't afford the Section 106 payments. And again, I know that's a difficulty at this stage because we haven't faced with any Section 106 payments, so we don't know what they will be asked to pay. But I think the problem you've got with this particular application and the other phases and 2 others on Penistone Road is the accumulation of housing that's going to go on there and the effect it's going to have on the area. The residents and myself worry about things like air pollution, whether that's going to have an adverse effect on the health of people in the area, because it's a very, what's happened is a semi-rural location was now becoming very, very urbanised, and although you're not breaking, the number of houses per hectare conforms with the local plan. We do worry that the accumulation of cars going along Penistone Road, because Penistone Road will be the primary access. There's going to be a massive build-up of traffic there. The evidence produced that the residents are contesting, they believe that they've counted the number of cars and the movements along Penistone Road. So again, we're only looking at it in principle, but I am saying from the outset that there are massive problems with this area as regards the accumulation, the number of houses which will cause, and the pollution thereby caused. I think one of my residents will go on about the problem about the master plan. The master plan, as laid out, really only shows an indicative layout of what the road would look like. There's no plan as such for all the other matters such as flooding and drainage got together. So again, difficult to oppose it because it's an in-principle decision, and we're only looking at we can only look at one site in particular. But it's the accumulation of the topography of the land is going to have a real massive effect on drainage in the area and flooding. We worry about the greenway is mentioned in this application. There is no chance of a greenway ever being completed because bridges which would have linked up the greenway have been demolished. To build that greenway would cost millions. I don't think it will ever be done. So the benefits of a cycle path on there are doubtful. It would only go a few hundred yards. A lot of the land which was part of the railway has been sold off. So I want to put, and to finish off, I want to put a marker on this. It should be conditioned that no cars from this site HS1 should use Hermitage Park as an access point. Well, I've got everything. Is that what they're doing? Yep. Oh, thank you, Steve, for that. Your jewel of knowledge. Yeah, I'm only allowed. You're only allowed 3 minutes.
We've connected with one of the other people wanting to come through on Teams. It's Alison Munro.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hall. It's been a bit of a road getting here, and I just wanted to say I circulated a submission to all the members of the strategic.
Chair, can I just say we need to. Can we just make it clear that she's speaking as an individual, not as a ward member?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
that needs to be declared. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. I'm speaking as an individual on this matter, I just wanted to basically reiterate that the access to the site is secondary access. There are already traffic issues in that area at peak times with queuing traffic, and traffic backs up to the junction with Rowley Lane. I note some trees are to be felled to improve the visibility there at the junction that will be created, but these trees are mature trees and it's wrong to actually to fell them. It shouldn't be allowed to happen. Sense of place, the application does not create a sense of place. It will be an isolated housing estate. Developing the site in isolation is not what was intended by the planning inspector, and it's not what the council agreed to. It's contrary to LP5 of the local planning policy. And so historic environment, the houses planned for the site are within a sensitive historic environment and will impact upon the setting of Woodson Hall, Grade 1 listed. I question the public benefit of this when we've got 16,000 fewer people living in Kirklees since the census in 2011, and the local plan provides for too many houses. The government's finally accepted mandatory housing targets are unacceptable, and the levelling up and regeneration bill is progressing through Parliament with that amendment in it. This outline planning application concerns an element of affordable housing. While it is not incumbent upon the applicant to supply evidence of viability, it's nevertheless important that in the current economic climate that affordable houses are delivered on sites. And that's all I'd really like to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Alison. Next is Steve Noble.
Thank you, Chair. Me given my background, doing a 3-minute presentation to a committee is going to be a first, but hey ho, we'll give it a go. I represent Green Alert in Lepton, a group set up 7 years ago to represent the communities of Lepton and Fenny Bridge in all matters relating to this local plan. I was one of the people who sat through hours and hours of public examination, during which it became clear to the planning inspector that the sites known as HS2 and 3, as shown by Nick on his plan, were so dependent upon each other that they needed to be considered as a single site, hence the introduction of MM43 in agreement with the council. A master plan will be required to show how the sites could be worked as a single site. This strategy was not supported by the landowners, who contended that the sites could be standalone and should be treated as such. We contend that the purposes of MM43 was to see a single application covering both HS2 and HS3, supported by a comprehensive master plan and a delivery programme. What we have now are what the agents have believed to be the case all the time. And if you approve this application today, then really what you are doing is supporting what the applicants have been trying to achieve right from the outset. In our view, individual planning applications cannot be considered wholly in isolation when the cumulative impact and the whole site consequences of a range of issues such as transport, biodiversity, protection of natural habitats and wildlife networks, education provision, air pollution, climate change, flooding, listed assets and the ancient woodland can be so damaging. We've already had an example of the council failing to consider the cumulative impact with education, in their response to applications HS1, 2 and 3, where they seem to think that if you allocate surplus places to one site, and therefore they are all taken, you don't have to worry about contributions from other sites. We are really concerned that these failures will continue as long as these sites are considered as individual development sites. And on a final point, and we have tried to get this through to the council, the air quality impact assessment submitted by the applicant describes Penistone Road as having an annual daily traffic flow of 10,000. This is wrong. It has an annual daily traffic flow of 23,000 plus. That has to cast significant doubt over the findings of that report and over the council's response to that report. Thank you. Bang on.
Next is Gerald Newsom.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and everyone else. HS2 is in Lepton, part of a 35-acre site that was greenbelt, but designated as housing in the local plan. Point 1. 5 or 6 minutes from Lepton is a huge flat site at the former Jarmain's Mill in Dalton, plus the site of the former Broadhead and Gray's Mill in Kirklees. Ideally situated, great bus network, excellent infrastructure. Surely it's a better solution to develop these sites rather than build on 35 acres of green belt and therefore then protect Lepton Great Wood, which is ancient woodland. Why haven't Kirklees planning done anything about that? Point 2. Within 6 months of the local plan being agreed, the long-term Huddersfield housing requirements were significantly reduced. But Kirklees planning, it seems, were determined that this 35 acres of greenbelt should be built in and destroyed. Why? A stipulation within the local plans was for the master plan to be put in place for HS2 and HS3 developments. The master plan shows that all roads on both HS2 and 3 are linked into the roundabout at Penistone Road. Mysterious wording now states 150 houses can be built before the plan is implemented. Who decided that? It doesn't comply with the master plan. Rowley Lane is a rat run from the Home Valley to Wakefield and the M1. It's used by 42-ton lorries. It's the route that comes up on Google Maps. At peak times, particularly school term time, it's extremely busy. Nay, in the morning, it is chaos. The access road into the first phase of HS2 will be from the bottom of Rowley, towards the bottom of Rowley Lane. It's bound to have poor sight lines, plus congestion during rush hours. Traffic will back up even further from Penistone Road. The master plan did not include having this as an access road. All traffic went on via the master plan. Unfortunately, Kirklees Highways won't be bothered about the 2 or 3 years of chaos whilst the site's being developed. However, a warning. I believe that after building these 150 houses, there's a possibility that the developers might walk away. It's imperative that they are made to pay their contribution toward the master plan in full, because it could fail. We would then be left with no roundabout and chaos on local roads. Change of subject. Well, I haven't had 3 minutes. Right, very, very quickly then. There's a huge problem with drainage from that site and all site from HS2 and HS3. The developer says the water will go into Belden Brook. Wrong, it actually all goes into Fennybeck. There's a huge flooding problem lower downstream, and it's going to cause flooding. And I believe the whole thing should be looked after by Yorkshire Water and not by the local water people themselves.
Next.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee, officers and members of the public. I'm Chris Cretan, agent for this planning application submitted by the local landowner. What we're seeking approval for today is the principle of developing up to 75 new homes on this allocated site and the detail of how we access that site by creating a new access off Rowley Lane, a new footway and improvements to the Rowley Lane Penistone Road junction. In terms of the future highway improvements, the master plan shows how this current application has left sufficient land for a new link road and roundabout, which, although not necessary at this time, will be required for future phases of development. We acknowledge that the Rowley Lane Penistone Road junction is a concern to residents. We are making improvements to the junction in this application, and the future resolution is considered within this proposal. In addition to reserving land owned by my clients for the roundabout, we have also agreed an appropriate financial contribution from this current application to help fund the future highway works. This money will be held by the council and pooled with contributions from future phases of development. The design, layout, final number of houses and other details will be the subject of a future planning application, which will be subject to more consultation and will no doubt in due course be brought back to this committee for a decision. The current outline application has been with the council for an extended period, as will be involved in extensive discussions on how this first phase of development will sit within a master plan for the development of the local plan allocations HS2 and HS3 that will take place over the next few years. These master planning discussions have involved officers at the council, statutory consultees and the local community. We're pleased that officers now agree that the submitted master plan provides an appropriate basis on which to guide future development of these two housing allocations. The purpose of the master plan has been to show how the land will be developed phase by phase as an attractive and well-designed extension to Lepton, making use of the existing landscape features, retaining land for open space and habitat creation, while also providing land for much-needed new homes. Each phase of the master plan will provide financial contributions for education, public transport and other matters. I therefore commend your officer's report to you, which recommends approval, as we have satisfied each of the consultees, and we look forward to continuing to work with the Council, its officers and this committee on the future detail of how the site will be developed. Thank you.
It's over to members, but just want to point clearing up. How much will this roundabout cost, roughly, do we know?
Through you, Chair, the calculation has been approximately 3 million.
Right, so who will pay the difference between 250,000?
So the figure that we've calculated has been based on a pro rata amount. So this application represents, I think, 22.5% of the site area. 22% of the houses that can be brought forward. So it's 22.5% of that 3 million and a little bit more. It's not exactly 3 million. There is then some allowance for the land cost taken into account. That does reduce that figure from the exact prorated figure, but that's how the figure of 285, exactly, has been reached. But that's how the figure that's reported in the report has been reached. So it's pro rata for the housing units minus land value.
Right. Clear as mud. Yeah.
Before you get into your debate, you need to deliver infrastructure to make 600 houses possible. That's what the residents are letting you know, and that's what we've secured. The developers must pay the reasonable amount of their impact on the development. Now, they can bring forward housing without the roundabout to a certain point of numbers. We think it's 100, 150, 200, something like that, before you need that roundabout. So the later phases you saw in the master plan will deliver a roundabout as a requirement of the build out of the site. This money up front is a proportionate amount combined with the land that the developer can't put houses on. That's a fair contribution. And in the end, the roundabout will cost as much as it costs. Estimated just over £3 million now. If it costs more, that's what those future builders of the land on the rest of HS2 and 3 will have to pay between them to make it happen. It's not for the council to pay it, it's a development cost. So until it's triggered as a need for highway impacts, i.e. after 200, you don't need a roundabout for safety reasons. But for master planning reasons, we've got this developer to agree to a contribution and the land to make the roundabout happen in future. That's fair. That's what the master planning policy is for. Hope that's helpful, Chair.
Members, it's over to you. Come on, somebody jump in, don't be shy. Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. I find some of this rather confusing, unfortunately. What we've got here is an interim arrangement with the junction between Rowley Lane and Penistone Road, which will then be, if the rest of the site gets developed, will then be swept away with a new arrangement. I assume, I did hear at one point something about that there shouldn't be any access between this part of the site and the rest of it. But I thought I saw a plan showing where it crosses the old railway line that had been cut. Maybe I misinterpreted that, because I can't see any other way of getting access to the rest of the site other than that piece of land off Hermitage Park, which comes off Rowley Lane anyway. Sorry, I think I need clarification on this. It's a bit unclear I'll leave it at that for the moment.
I just wondered what the public benefits were to the site. Sorry, don't often get that said to me that people can't hear me. It was reference to the mention of public benefits, and I just wondered what the public benefits were. And has the site been split up into 3 purposefully, meaning to make it easier for planning to go through? It was just a question that popped into my head, so I might as well have the answer to that as well. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let's talk Councillor Pinnock's one. On the screen is the indicative master plan. It's just a guide to show you how the site could come forward, the whole allocation. So we've got phase 1 written in phase 1, it's in pink. That's this planning application you're asked to determine today. Nothing else, just that. That'll have up to 75 houses on it at reserve matters, to be decided at reserve matters. The roundabout is to the top left of the image. You can see it there on Penistone Road, slightly semicircled. Part on the applicant owns the land around the roundabout as well as phase 1. So he's giving up that, the applicant is giving up that land, thank you, Nick. The applicant is giving up that land from developable space and that contribution. So that's how let's box that off. At a later phase in time, when that roundabout is needed, it will unlock access to phase 3. Thank you, Nick. Take your cursor. And there will be a new road to connect the sites at a later outline application. Not here today. That will then allow phase 3 and 4 above to come forward with the bulk of the housing of this allocations number, because it will be able to go out onto that roundabout. These 75 houses can go up Rowley Lane for the time being of this application and until that roundabout is needed. And then I think we're looking at how we control that in the future to route everybody into the roundabout. Does that help, Councillor Pinnock? Is that okay? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Just looking at the map of Woodsum Road joining Penistone Road, I know that's obviously at the other side of the project, but given that Rowley Lane is a rat run, or a route that goes and does connect the Home Valley to people who are wanting to get to the M1 and the eastern parts of Yorkshire, or even nearby Wakefield. So people are using Woodsum Road to go up Rowley Lane. On that, are there any plans on here to make the Woodsum Road junction any better within these plans? Because I can't see, the plans are too small. And then the other question I have is regarding the flood issues that have been highlighted. It's been mentioned that there's a lot of flood concerns with regards to properties at the bottom there near Woodsum Road, but there's drainage issues further up towards the development as it stands. There's been a reference in the report that there's no flood risk and that evidence has been provided by the applicant to support that. Although I haven't had sight of it, could there be some reassurance? I know number 12 of the conditions refers to flooding, but what happens if there is severe problems after this development has happened with drains? Who's responsible in terms of further down the line, should there be those issues that residents have raised issues with? Thank you, Chair, if I could raise those points.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, on our site visit on this Tuesday. I was on the coach. The way the officer explained the application over there, especially with regard to the Rowley Lane, current congestion traffic on there, the way this application is going to deal with the bottom of Rowley Lane and to the Penistone is well widen off. At the moment, if you see the Rowley Lane bottom on the side, that side, there is no payment, and it will improve the road, it widen the junction with Penistone on the road, which I'm really well impressed with that, and the offer of roundabout on the Penistone, it will improve the traffic rather than, as some members think, oh, it will pile up traffic on there. No, it will improve the traffic coming out and going in from the Woodsum Road as well. Because I know the area very well when I used to drive buses, yeah? Yeah, we have to wait on the Woodsum Road coming from the King James School and others. I'm sure the roundabout, I know when it will be implemented, but it certainly will improve the road. Mr. Chair, we got a local plan. The site has been allocated in local plan. We need some houses. Everybody say we need houses. If we don't build houses, where we go? Yeah? People need houses. Yeah? So people need the improvement of roads as well to make traffic going through. Yeah? So we got some contribution, Section 106 contribution with regard to housing, affordable housing, open space, and education. I know the figures are not here, but they welcome and this is only outline application. Welcome and the next reserve matter application. So I don't know why some people think we should have a total master plan application. Developer have to go through the phase. They have to work like that rather than the whole site. So I'm happy with the officer recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is a bit like this morning's application, I think, in as far as, yes, it's a housing allocation in the local plan. It's an outline application only at this moment, and so there is a lot still to be left to reserve matters. I mean, in some ways, yes, the master plan, whilst I think it was designed to aid development, it does confuse. It does confuse things to a certain extent, and it could be seen that the developer could just develop the first phase and then forget about the others, or 1 and 2 and forget about 3 and 4. But that's not what is in front of us. We're not here to make a judgment on that master plan. We are here to give or consider the outline application for just phase 1. And there is very little here for us to object to. There's what the conditions again cover some of the objections or the considerations that have been raised by residents, like the flooding, etc. I think when it comes to it, the addition of the roundabout at bottom of Rowley Lane will be extremely helpful. And even in between that, I mean, I think the fact that there'll be the bottom of Rowley Lane will be widened so that there's 2 lanes, 1 left turn and 1 right turn out of the bottom of it. That will help. What I know local residents do see as a problem there. So yeah, I'm happy to accept the officer's recommendations on this and to either move it or second it, depending on what Councillor Sokol has done. I'll move it again.
Thanks, Chair. Part of the confusion, I think, is the fact that this site is in a different ownership from most of the rest of the site, and that's why it's separate. We can't do anything about that. We can't necessarily tell landowners to get together and put in a joint application. In fact, I can't think of a case where that's happened, but I'm sure it will do in some cases. But I have a more fundamental objection to this site, which relates to the fact that it's turning its back on an existing settlement. I think I mentioned this when we were on the bus. There are no amenities on Penistone Road, well, apart from at the bottom of Station Road, or if you go all the way down to Kirkburton. No, sorry, there's the pub at the bottom of the road up to Highburton. Yeah. I know it won't apply to this site, but if you're taking the whole site into consideration, then I think the provision of some amenities in the form of shops would have been useful. Quite where you put them is another matter, and it probably doesn't apply to this site on its own, but it certainly would, in my opinion. And I heard what answer I got on the bus, which was that this isn't big enough, but 600 houses does sound like quite a lot. And again, I know it's not this site. It's a pity that we have to deal with this site on its own, because there are all sorts of implications in opening up development in an area where there are no facilities at all. There are one or two cases like that in different parts of Kirklees, and if you don't provide facilities, what then happens is that people have to get into their cars and go somewhere else. Whereas if you had some facilities locally, they would walk, perhaps, or at least they would have the opportunity to do that. I think Councillor Pasterson's right in a sense that there's not a lot we can do in relation to just this bit here. As a principle of development, it's probably all right. If we were dealing with the rest of the site, then we'd be having a different conversation. And there are one or two things about this, and the loss of the trees on the side of the road is regrettable. But I can't see a condition that says that they have to be something has to be put in place to replace them. Because if you're getting rid of relatively mature trees, then we need a condition, and I did look through the conditions just now, and I couldn't see one specifically. But if there is one there, maybe it should be worded so that replacement tree planting can be conditioned. If there isn't, then it needs a condition to specify that. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, it was just a couple of questions. One was on HS2, and this is just a point of curiosity, really. The building on the south of HS2, I'm not sure if it was mentioned what it is, and if it was, I missed it. I just was curious to know what that building is. It's what? What was? Okay. Right, and the other is my obviously lack of grammar understanding 10.93 as far as heritage summary, where the site is within a sensitive historic environment. while it is accepted the development will inevitably cause less than substantial harm to the identified heritage assets subject to quality design. I just wondered, in my simple English, does that mean that it will cause harm to the heritage site, or will it cause very little harm? I just want that clarifying, if that's okay, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Just on the point of what Councillor Pinnock raised, in that he was suggesting that there weren't any facilities, particularly for this site. But if members turn to page 144, it does specify that in terms of manual for streets, the typical distance for walking is given at 2 kilometres, and it does list existing facilities within 2 kilometres, which includes convenience store on Highgate Lane, Fennybridge Pub and Grill, convenience store,
quite a steep
Penistone Road. Yeah, Morrison Supermarket is 2 kilometres away. So there are facilities in the immediate area, and you know, I do take the point about that. You know, it did accept that it was in terms of this application, but it does give you an element there of sustainability in terms of the existing ones, and there's nothing to stop further retail development coming forward in terms of the other phases, if that comes in at reserve matters as well. Thank you, Chair.
Matthias?
Can, if it's all right with you, Chair, can we hear from our drainage and highways engineers? And just to pick up the point, Councillor Thompson, I think what we're saying about heritage is there will be less than substantial harm from this development. Reserve matters should come in. There shouldn't be any greater impacts beyond that. Because it's important for you as decision makers to have special regard to heritage assets and consideration, but it's less than substantial, the impacts, in our judgment. Thank you, Chair. Brian?
Through you, Chair, Aiken Howard Development Management. Just going back to Councillor Gregg's question about Woodsum Road, that currently isn't being included in the roundabout, but the roundabout itself will create gaps from Woodsum Road once that comes forward. But on the interim, until phases 2 of HS2 and phase 3 of HS3 come forward, there's no plans to improve that as it stands. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, I believe we're going to bring in Paul Farndale from the Flood Authority now.
Good afternoon, Chair. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Right, Paul. Yeah, we can hear you.
Right, okay. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. There's been a lot of a debate about flooding, existing flooding downstream, so I'm just going to go through it point by point. With regards to Fenny Beck and the main river, that will not affect site. It doesn't get, the predictors don't get even near Penistone Road. So that isn't an issue to the site. In terms of from the site, there was a statement by a member that they were going to connect to Belden Brook. That's totally incorrect. That's never the case. The rest of the master plan, because it falls in that direction, will connect to Belden Brook, but this site has to connect to Fenny Beck either directly or indirectly. So in terms of drainage linked to the master plan, this is separate and can be treated separately, unlike some of the other issues that you've been dealing with. There's no surface water flood risk to the site according to mapping. We are aware of problems on Fenny Beck where properties are being flooded off Woodsum Road right next to the Beck. This site will not make that worse. The nearest next pinch point is 1.2 kilometres down where there's been a lot of flooding. Those of you that have been on committee a long time will know that drainage rates will be restricted to greenfield runoff. Now, when I say that, that's greenfield runoff in an annual, the worst storm you'll get in any one year. Obviously, if you get larger storms, the greenfield runoff, because there's more water, increases, but we always pin it down to that lower figure. So if you get an absolute biblical storm, the greater the storm you get, the more betterment that site will give you. So in terms of creating flood risk to Fenny Beck further downstream and what we've experienced there, that will not be the case. It's set out in MPPF, it's set out in the local planning policies, and they will have to adhere to that. I've got a lot of empathy with what one of the speakers said, that it's quite difficult for him to comment on an outline plan where all matters are reserved, and I do have empathy for that, because for drainage matters, what you are looking for is, can you make space for water? Can you design your estate that if all drainage failed, that it would go along the roads and open spaces and not through somebody's front door, etc., etc. Can you make space for an attenuation tank? Well, because you've got a blank canvas, the answer is yes to all those, and we have to condition them. What I would say, and declare it now, and to the planning officer, that the reserve matters application is crucial, and the conditions have to be, as a suggestion, has to be tied in that they come in at the reserve matters stage, and not the standard Kirklees conditions, which is the, thou shalt not commence your development until, because we must have drainage as a recognised constraint that you design the estate around, and not come up with a layout plan that you're then trying to crowbar in attenuation tanks. You're trying to make the best of a situation. That's when we create flood risk on an estate. So I would implore the planning officer to take that on board as a suggestion from the lead local flood authority. In terms of local flood risk and pointers, we do have records of flooding further up Rowley Lane, and there's one on Hermitage Park. Yorkshire Water do share some of their what they call their flooding incidents. They're restricted to us, but they do share it with us. All the incidents that they've got on their mapping to do with the local sewer network are upstream of this development, and therefore this development cannot affect those existing problems. Yorkshire Water do have a duty to report to Ofwat where there are problems on their system that relate to capacity, and when they do report that, they've got to have a plan of action, because they're legally bound to effectually drain their area under an Act of Parliament. So they're becoming 5 years plan, and there's no declaration for any such scheme, and there's no declaration to Ofwat in and around this site or on any of the networks that they may connect to. So I hope that gives you some comfort. But in terms of a design, well, the design is yet to come, and we do need it. And I do implore the developer to come and talk to us before the reserve matters application comes in, so we can establish exactly the connection points. This site can drain. There's a local surface water sewer that runs down Rowley Lane that connects into Fenny Beck. They can go for a direct connection if they so wish. They can get a requisition off third-party land, so ownership's not a problem. So therefore, I don't see any restriction to putting this forward for a reserve matters application based on the conditions. But I would invite them to come and talk to us early, so they are fully aware of a consultation response, so we can get it right before the application, and we're not toing and froing, objecting at the reserve matters stage. That's it for me, Matthias.
Right, thank you for that, Paul. That's been very valuable, is that. Any members, anything else? Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Chair. It's just really another bit of clarification, if possible, through you, with regards to this Woodsome Hall Road junction. Were there any particular avenues explored with regards to possibly linking that road to the roundabout? And just in relation to the possibility of proposing some modifications to that junction with a contribution from the developer. Is that possible in terms of theoretically possible? Should that be a request? Thank you.
Through you, Chair. When the roundabout comes forward, the design will be looked at and Woodson Hall will be looked at, included in that, and if deemed necessary, incorporated into that design. Thank you.
That's right.
Sorry, Chair, can I?
Yeah.
Just on that, obviously, if it comes further down the line and the council decide that the roundabout is going to be larger than it's currently being proposed, or that junction, the Woodson Hall junction, does need some changes to accommodate this development to make it a little bit more accessible to everybody in the locality, and obviously to make this a better experience for the residents of the wider district. We would ultimately potentially miss the opportunity to get some contribution from the developers on that. Is that not the case if it's done further down the line? Just through you, if I could get more clarity, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. It's a really good point. The answer for this application is it's not necessary, so it doesn't meet that test. The point you're raising is salient around the future phases. I think that's a really good point that we will pick up and make sure we're picking up when we get later phases in and we've got a closer idea of what that roundabout's actually going to look like and the approach arms to it. So we will pick it up as a requirement of later phases to give you comfort, but you can't ask for it now. It wouldn't meet that test. But thank you for the
Thank you, Chair. Just on that point, really encouraging to hear that that's going to potentially be considered, because it is a problem junction, and it would seem logical to sort of address it at this point to try to solve that. Thank you.
So I think this is one advantage of doing some applications in phases. You know, it becomes apparent where have we looked at that enough, or does it need rejigging? What can we do? Rather than just say, right, there you are, crack on, build 600 houses, and then think, what we done? Yeah, so thanks for those. Any more questions, Andrew?
Just a small point about my question about condition in relation to the trees.
Yeah.
Can that be incorporated, or is it a reserve matter thing?
It's not listed. It will be added if that's a recommendation of committee to add there are 20 trees going. A condition that says at least 20 trees shall be replaced and come forward as the reserve matters. On site.
I'm going to say, I think that would have...
Seems absolutely fair.
That was a concern that we all had on Tuesday when we did site visit. Right. In that case, then it's being moved by Councillor Pattison, seconded by Councillor Sokol. We'll go to a vote with that condition of those trees are replaced. I mean, it'd be nice if they were replaced by something like 2 to 1 or even 3 to 1. Do our best. Right, vote time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sokol?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Anwar?
For.
Councillor Pattison?
For.
Councillor Pinnock?
For.
Councillor Gregg?
For.
Councillor Thompson?
For.
And Councillor Hall?
For.
So officer recommendations passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next application is page 169. This is Inchcliffe Mill, and I think I missed it this morning, but I'd like to say that we did do a site visit on the 3rd of November. At this moment, we'll stop for a minute Right. Page 169, Inchcliffe Mills, Homebridge, Holmfirth, HD9 2NX. I forgot to mention this morning, we did actually do a site visit on the 3rd of November to this mill. So it's Richard.
Good afternoon, Chair. I'm Richard Gilbert, Senior Planner in the Majors and Minerals Planning Team. Item 12 on the agenda is application 2021-90-800. The proposal has been submitted under a full application for change of use and redevelopment of Hinchcliffe Mill, as well as the surrounding land, to form 19 dwelling houses. The site is allocated as Housing Site 190 in the local plan, with an indicative yield of 19 dwellings. To date, the application has received 184 representations, which have been responded to within the committee report. The red line location plan of the Hinchcliffe Mill site is presented on the left of the slide. The location of the historic mill within the site is outlined in green. The other blocks on the site indicate the location and extent of 20th century additions to the mill that have since been demolished, as pictured on the bottom right hand of the slide. The River Holme cuts across the site to the north, and there is a dammed mill pond where the title Hinchcliffe Mill is cited on the plan. In respect of planning application history, there is a 2006 residential permission resulting in an upheld appeal decision and a subsequent 2010 approved permission. The latter permission allowed for 19 units to be developed, and this is reflected in the subsequent site allocation yield. The left-hand map indicates the extent of the Hinchcliffe Mill conservation area in blue, the housing allocation boundary in orange, and the greenbelt boundary, unsurprisingly, in green. As members can see from comparison with the red line plan on the previous slide, the site is intersected by multiple designations. The mill is not listed, but it is cited by Historic England in their consultee response as a non-designated heritage asset. The map on the right presents the extent of the Environment Agency flood zones 2 and 3, which highlight the minor infringement of the flood zone into the site. The thin purple line is the extent of public right-of-way 9510. The lines in red to the north and south of the flood zone, the red lines north and south of the flood zone present the extent of the unadopted highways, which have historically served the site and which also serve a number of private residential properties. The layout on this slide presents the renovation and refurbishment of the mill to provide 7 terraced units, 5 of which are 3 stories in height, and a further 2 limited to 2 stories in height, owing to the fall of land across the site. The rear gardens of the mill units back onto the mill pond to the west. The ground floor of the mill does not include habitable living space and is reserved for garaging and domestic storage due to the flood risk requirements stipulated by the Environment Agency. 2 large detached units are set on the western side of the mill and are served from an existing track that traverses the southern edge of the mill pond. Further east, a series of detached split-level 2- and 3-story properties with asymmetric roofs are proposed that total 7 in the northern row and 3 in the southern row. Sufficient off-street parking is proposed, and all dwellings meet and exceed the NDSS floor space requirements. Many representatives, especially those at the bottom of Spring Lane, highlight the issues with parking, and the applicant has sought to resolve this through the introduction of a parking bay for 4 vehicles that is provided for existing residents at the bottom of Spring Lane. As is evident from the site elevation plans, the development is designed in a northern light style that seeks to emulate the historic industrial heritage of the site, as opposed to providing a pastiche of the historic weavers' cottages that characterise the rest of Hinchcliffe Mill village. The windows of the new builds are to be of a crittle style that is designed to further emulate this industrial heritage. The development's materials are intended as locally quarried stone for the walls of the new build dwellings and blue slate to all roofs of both the new build properties and the mill. Samples of materials and details of other design items, such as windows, are required by pre-commencement condition. It is also required that heritage features within the mill, such as the internal pillars, external pulleys, and loading doors, are retained, renovated, and exposed. Members may be able to make out the green line across the southern rear gardens on the layout plan. This represents the greenbelt boundary. No structural development is proposed in the greenbelt. However, the hard landscaping that is proposed would be classed as inappropriate development in the greenbelt, which would also impact on openness, dependent on the installation of lighting columns. Planning policy officers have advised that very special circumstances can be found in this instance to allow the redevelopment of a non-designated heritage asset that is clearly at risk and which would be of significant benefit to the visual amenity of the area. This is because the development proposed within the Greenbelt is significantly limited in scope, scale, and is reasonable to serve the development. Historic England have also been consulted on the application and have responded to confirm that they are content with the development proposed within the mill and wider conservation area following submission of 3D renders by the applicant, which clarified the impact of the new build element of the scheme relative to the extent of the previous development on the site. Indeed, the proposed layout, when contrasted to the 2003 aerial imagery, is far less cramped and retains far more on-site open space than when the site functioned as a mill. In respect of planning contributions, the application has been subject to 3 rounds of independent viability review. Despite assessing the development with a profit level of 15% on revenue, this level being the lowest point of the guidance range that can be used for a viability assessment, the proposal is determined to be marginally unviable for the delivery of any contributions. This is likely to be brought into sharper relief through likely falls in property values over the coming years due to the rise in interest rates and mortgage costs. However, the applicant will be making a voluntary £62,330 contribution to prevent no net loss of biodiversity being incurred. Should viability of the scheme improve, however, any excess profits above the 15% revenue level are to be provided to the council to make up the financial shortfall for public open space, sustainable travel or affordable housing provision. This process is to be guaranteed through a post-completion viability review secured through the Section 106 agreement. Given that the application has a major redeeming quality in that it seeks to bring the mill back into use and has gone through a full viability process, the development is therefore acceptable in planning policy terms and is recommended for approval to committee.
Right. First speaker is Charles Pogson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a local resident in Hinchcliffe Mill, and the local community are supportive of the site being developed. Indeed, we welcome the redevelopment of the mill building. However, collectively, we object to the plan application in its current form. There are several elements of the application the local community do not find acceptable in accordance with planning policy, but we feel with some amendments the scheme could be improved, which would then be supported. Despite 171 objections submitted by residents on the Kirklees planning portal and objections by the Home Valley Parish Council, feedback isn't being acted upon, and we appeal to the planning committee in support in this regard. I don't have time to go through all the issues, but I'll highlight a few. Proposed access route to the site at the top of Spring Lane and the car parking areas within Greenbelt, as has just been described. There's no reference in the application to any list exemptions under NPPF paragraphs 140 and 150, and the applicant hasn't demonstrated very special circumstances to exist to develop on this Greenbelt. However, Kirklees planning are willing to overlook this, taking a balanced view. But Greenbelt's Greenbelt, and unless special circumstances do exist, the application should be refused so it can be amended. Site access standards in MPPF paragraphs 110D are not being met, and Spring Lane's only 2.8 metres wide, yet these issues have been significantly downplayed. The applicant should be therefore asked to find alternative access solutions which do meet the requirements. The applicant's transport assessment acknowledges the site access junctions don't meet the manual for street stopping site distances, and access junctions join existing roads which have no footpaths. These roads are designated rural school routes for children walking to the Hinchcliffe Mill Junior and Infant School on what is also a bus route. So the applicant should be requested to propose safer access solutions. The mill buildings are non-designated heritage asset and is central to the village of Hinchcliffe Mill, which is surrounded by 16 listed buildings in a conservation area. Proposed units 1 and 2 directly adjacent to the mill building do not meet the Home Valley Neighbourhood Development Plan Policy 2, which states that design should be respecting the scale, mass, height and form of the existing buildings in the locality and the site setting, and development should fit in with and neither dominate nor have a detrimental impact on its surroundings and neighbouring properties. A reduction in the scale and mass in the units 1 and 2 is required to ensure that these respect and are subservient to the mill building. The application also includes a detached garage for Unit 1 on the side of the mill pond in clear view of the village, and this sits outside the footprint of the previous demolished building shed and sits outside the development area previously granted by planning consent and should be therefore removed. The current application falls short of... Okay. The local community seeks the support of the planning committee members to reject the application in its current form so that changes can be made so that it will meet planning policy.
Next is Alison Dunville.
Good afternoon. My name's Alison Dunville from Robert Housestead Chartered Surveyors and Town Planners, and we're the planning consultants for the applicant. This brownfield site is especially important and unique for a number of reasons. Firstly, it has many constraints, so it's unusually costly and hence difficult to partner with a developer who is willing to develop this site. As testament to this, it's been 16 years since the first planning permission was granted to redevelop the site. However, it still remains vacant. Secondly, this increasingly derelict brownfield site is detracting from the Hinchcliffe Conservation Area. The mill building has been the subject of vandalism and has also been set alight, but it's a central focal point for the wider conservation area, so its restoration as part of this scheme is of fundamental importance. Historic England have said, and I quote, "The development of this site represents an important opportunity to enhance the conservation area by bringing back into use one of its important assets and to reinvigorate the area with a sympathetic new development." Thirdly, the mill pond is also one of the most important aspects of the conservation area, and again this continues to slowly deteriorate. Through this scheme, it will be repaired and looked after in the long term, secured through the Section 106 agreement. The viability of the site is affected by its heavily constrained nature, the need to retain and convert the large mill building, and because of the need to provide a high quality and bespoke scheme in this conservation area setting. As a consequence, the development will be much more costly than your average housing development. The Council have appointed independent external assessors, and they have unequivocally concluded, and I quote, "The scheme is unable to viably support any level of planning policy contributions." Your officer's report goes on to say it would be considered unreasonable for the local planning authority to justify refusal of the proposed development on the basis of the removal of the affordable housing element, when it has been independently corroborated that the site could not be developed with its inclusion. Nevertheless, negotiations with officers have resulted in contributions towards biodiversity net gain of £62,000 being agreed. However, the applicant has also said to officers that if the committee wishes this sum to be spent on alternative public planning benefits in consultation with ward members, then that's perfectly acceptable. In conclusion, officers have confirmed that this scheme is fully compliant with your local plan policies, and we would therefore endorse the recommendation to grant planning permission in this case. Thank you.
Next, we've got Mark Lee.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Mark Lee. I'm a partner at 117 Design. We're the architects for the proposed scheme, and I've been the lead designer on the project since 2010, when I think it's fair to say I had a lot more hair. I thought a bit of background might be quite useful. In the last 12 years, since 2010, there have been 4 residential developers of various size interested in taking the project at Hinchcliffe Mill forward. However, after long deliberation, all of them have decided not to proceed, primarily because of the site's risky viability compared to other development opportunities they might have. We've therefore decided, along with one of our current clients and significant bank borrowing, to put up the finance and develop the scheme ourselves. We feel this will give us the opportunity to give everywhere a much, much better scheme than is normally the case with these sort of sites. This is clearly not without risk, but we feel the project is a fantastic opportunity to create a design-led exemplar development that we, Kirklees, and everyone else will ultimately be very proud of. Thank you.
Right, members, it's over to you. Mohan.
Chair, in the past, we have saved many historic mills, yeah, which been left to rotten, yeah. And Hinchcliffe Mill is one of them. Either we preserve the Hinchcliffe Historic Mill or leave it to rotten, yeah. Option is here to keep it, and I heard from I think one of the best architect, Mark Lee. I never met Mark Lee before, and well designed, good designer on the building, yeah. We have seen the design of the units. It's well impressed. They're using the local stone and top slates as well. And we heard they're keeping the historic pond there, which is a very important part of the mill, and the pond will be repaired under this scheme. And some people are worried about the lack of off-street parking for the existing local resident. The scheme shows they are providing off-street parking at the mill. Yes, there's no worry about there will be. Well, I'm a bit confused about this parish council. It say on page 179, the parish council continue to very supportive of the redevelopment of the site and historic mill building at the Hinchcliffe Mill. The parish council welcome the reduction in the total number of houses over the original application. So here, then they asking more in next paragraph. Yeah, I don't know what their statement is. I think if we want to keep this mill on, historic mill on, we should approve this officer recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As one of the three members who did visit this site, I was really very impressed with the plan as outlined to us. Obviously, if we can't get affordable housing on a site like this, then to some extent you have to bite your lip and accept it. If it plainly doesn't work, you then have a choice between letting the mill deteriorate even further or going ahead without affordable housing. And although we do like schemes to have affordable housing components, there are some cases where it just doesn't work, and a third party assessor has said that it doesn't work. Having said all that, going back to the point that Councillor Sokol mentioned, the reaction of the parish council, there are several issues in there which they say they want answers to. I'd just like reassurance from the planning officer to say that these issues have been sorted out, because on the whole I am extremely supportive of this application and would wish to move approval. I won't do that yet, not till till I've had the confirmation that what the parish council is saying, and indeed to some extent what the objector is saying, can be dealt with, so that we have a development that restores the building to some beneficial use. Thank you, Chair.
I guess for the first time, I haven't really got any questions. I love the site, love the build, and for the first time since I started on strategic planning, I move that we accept officer's recommendation.
Well, I'm going to have to disagree with Councillor Thompson. No, no, I don't. Well, except I do. I mean, I was on the site visit. In one respect, it is a lovely scheme, and everything seems to be taken into account. And it's great to see a modern twist on an old, well, with an old style or reflecting the local environment. And so I think that's great. But I did, when we on the site visit, I did have concerns about the access to the existing properties on Water Street. But of course, that is their existing access. That already exists. We can't do anything about that. There will be more cars driving past their houses, and they do go straight, they front right onto the street. But there is some benefit to them in as far as I mean, that road will no doubt be done up slightly, and there is additional car parking for them, etc. And of course, it does improve the mill and the mill pond, etc., and the whole site. I mean, that has to be of benefit to them. So, yes, all in all, I have to say it's a lovely scheme, and despite that difficulty of access, but as I think it says somewhere in the report, that is the nature of that part of Holmfirth, and therefore, you know, it should be reflected in any scheme. And so I'm happy to second Councillor Thompson's recommendation that it should be, we should accept the officer's recommendations.
Thank you, Chair. I know the area well, and it's actually a really tricky place to get to, navigating in cars, but you can't magic car parking spaces, unfortunately, and there's, as much as it's not really ideal with the parking provision, it does appear to meet the requirements regarding the legislation aspects, and the properties do look really nice. It's good to see brownfield sites being used for residential developments as opposed to building on green fields. So I'm very much supportive as well. Yeah, I just wish there was more parking. But again, we don't have a way to turn with that. And the alternative of running around in circles because of it, we're not going to find a solution to that problem, unfortunately. So it does meet the planning requirements on that front, so I am largely supportive. Thank you.
I suppose the thing is, if you wanted to turn it on its head, I suppose an officer will tell me otherwise. In theory, if the owner wanted to, they could actually open it back up as a mill to produce the finest cloth in the world after the sheep have been grazing on the finest arable land in the world, i.e. Chidswell. Open it back up as a farm. So you'd have wagons going in and out, you'd have workers going in and out. You know, that's what we could end up with. I mean, Andrew's hit nail on the head. We've done loads of mills over, certainly over the last 15 years. And it's a case of, yeah, it might not fit in with everybody's ideal of where they live, but then what do you want them to do? Just fall down. So at least we're preserving something. So it has been moved by Councillor Thompson. I've had to scrub your name out, Andrew, because you were a bit undecided whether you were going to...
I'm sorry, Chair. I was just wondering whether we could have an answer to, you know, the concerns that are put in here by the parish council, and to some extent Mr. Pogson, that we have got a compliant application. So I wouldn't want people to run away with the idea that we're just sort of saying, oh, it's all right, you know, we'll wash our hands of it.
Richard.
Through you, Chair. So the Parish Council response, on one hand, they are supportive, on the other hand, they object. I think they can see the positives and benefits on both sides. I think as members of the committee have pointed out, there are always shortfalls with the scheme. No scheme's ever perfect. However, I think you have to, the scheme has reduced in number. The Parish Council are supportive of that, and the applicant has kind of listened to concerns in that respect. There obviously are other issues in terms of tight highway elements in terms of access. However, the accesses are existing. They would have served probably more intensively the site once it was in use as a mill. And there's, in terms of flood risk, there's been full flood risk assessment that's been reviewed by the Environment Agency. They're happy with the scheme following quite significant and protracted discussions with the applicant. So the Parish Council are identifying the shortfalls, but again, they do support certain aspects of it and object to it on others. So I think that's a response that I can only provide as an officer.
Right, yeah.
I'll only be quick because it has been moved and seconded. In the end, if you look at the planning history, and they touched on it, the speakers before, 15 years worth of planning permissions, nobody's had a go, 4 owners have looked at it, local developers and agents have been trying to get it away and it's struggled. And they're coming here and they're saying, we can't deliver the 106, but we're still going to invest in the scheme. So it's that balance that the community have to identify, and if they could make it better for the community issues, I'm sure they would have, but the planning system is about balancing what you've got, what's realistic, and then getting an outcome, which is the reuse of the building. I think they've gone as far as they can, and I hope the Parish Council get to see it built. I do hope you deliver it. We'll certainly come and have a look. But in the end, planning is about balancing the best outcomes you can get, given the site and the constraints and the values here. So hopefully we won't see it again for a 4th time, and it'll be on site. So over to you, members. Thank you.
Right, right, it's been moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Patterson, so we'll go to a vote.
Okay, the vote on the officer's recommendation. Councillor Sokol.
For.
Councillor Anwar.
For.
Councillor Patterson. For. Councillor Pinnock.
For.
Councillor Gregg.
For.
Councillor Thompson.
For.
Councillor Hall.
For.
So that's unanimous. Thank you.
Right, next application, page 213. This is Moor Lane, Netherthon at Holmfirth, glamping pods, and it's William.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Callum Harrison, Development Management and Case Officer for application 2022-92718 at West Yorkshire Fire and Rescue Headquarters. The application is seeking permission for the demolition of fire training building extension and landscaping of road traffic collision yard, including the erection of a fuel pump and tank, bin store, dog kennels, recladding, breathing apparatus room, and erection of an enclosed link between 2 of the buildings with a provision of a substation. On screen now is the existing site layout. The application relates to the buildings numbered as 4, 5 and 6 on the right hand side. Land to the east of building 9 and the south of building 8. along that boundary there. And the building to the south of number 7 is the building that is proposed for demolition. Members may recall previous application 2022-91138 for the erection of a new headquarters. This application is for work supplementary to that approved development of the headquarters. That site plan on screen shows the proposed development in and amongst the approved scheme for the headquarters there. The proposed demolition of the fire training building, extension and landscaping of the RTC yard and erection of fuel pump and tank, bin store and dog kennels are all in the area marked as number 1. The recladding of the BA building, the erection of an enclosed link between the BA building and the Technical Training Centre, new canopy and substation are proposed in the area marked as 2. Area 3 covers landscaping and proposed car parking, which also includes the electrical vehicle charging points. Officers will point members in the direction of looking at the proposed trees spread throughout the site, but this will be broken down in later slides as well. On screen now are the details of the proposed bin store, fuel tank, fuel pump, dog kennels. They're very functional in their design. The kennels are ultimately to host 2 search and rescue dogs that are kept on site during daytimes only. As such, environmental health don't have concerns regarding the noise generation from these kennels. On screen now is a plan of the breathing apparatus building and technical training centre, as well as elevations of the technical training centre. The training centre is to be overclad to the first floor on the west and north elevations in grey profile sheeting to match the training area approved under the previously mentioned application. The proposed link between the 2 buildings can be seen on the right-hand side of those elevations. The proposal is to provide a room for breathing apparatus, and the extension will be facing brick to match the existing building. The proposed canopy is on the rear side of the buildings, just in here. And elevations of said canopy are on screen now. It's ultimately a lightweight structure, and then to provide some outdoor and covered amenity space for the staff. With regard to the existing trees on the site, the scheme does mark 25 trees for removal. None of these are protected. The scheme proposes 33 new trees as replacement planting. The arboricultural impact assessment submitted provides a detailed assessment of the tree cover and the proposals. The trees officers agree with the summary of the AIA owing to that the trees proposed for removal are all necessary for this development. The trees that are proposed for removal are not protected themselves and are set on the internal side of a TPO tree cluster, which runs along the southern boundary of the site. This is demonstrated on the plan on the bottom half there. The red areas mark the trees that are for removal, and then the green area marks the TPO cluster. Given these factors, officers consider that the visual impact value of the trees proposed for removal is minimal and inconsequential, as they cannot be seen from outside the site. Furthermore, 9 of the trees to be removed are showing moderate symptoms of ash, chalara, dieback, and are deemed likely to succumb to these disease. Officers consider that the 35 replacement trees are a suitable amount. Due to overcrowding within this existing TPO, however, and low light conditions, officers agree with the agent that it's not viable to plant these trees within the existing closest tree group. As such, other locations within the ownership boundary have been identified where they have a better chance of establishing. Officers consider that this also offers a higher aspect of visual amenity value because they'll be more visible than ultimately if they're hidden behind the existing tree clusters. Subject to a condition for the works to be carried out in accordance with the submitted tree information, both officers and KC Trees are satisfied that the proposal meets local plan policies LP24I and LP33 due to the overriding public benefit of the nature of the proposals and suitable mitigation proposed by the replacement trees. On screen now are some images of the site. The top left image shows the vehicular access and the tree cluster that I've just spoken about. The proposed RTC yard will be in behind that signage that is on the verge. As it shows there, it's ultimately not visible from the public highway. The top right image shows the breathing apparatus and technical training centre. The link is proposed in between the 2 buildings up in this gap here. The bottom left image shows the training centre in situ with the 2 elevations that are to be clad. And the bottom right shows the vehicular access into the existing RTC yard and the building that is for demolition. To summarise, the proposals seek permission for works as part of the redevelopment of the Berkshire Fire and Rescue Service site. The works proposed are to complement the new, already approved headquarters and training centre. The proposed development will facilitate the creation of modern, purpose-built facilities to support the site's role as a county headquarters and allow for a more efficient operation of the fire service in an existing sustainable location. The scheme has been well designed to mitigate any impacts with regard to residential amenity of neighbouring occupiers. The loss of trees will be suitably mitigated through replacement planting, whilst a significant biodiversity net gain has been demonstrated also. Impacts in respect of noise and construction have been set out under the submitted reports, reviewed by Environmental Health, and are considered to be minimised through the compliance with appropriate worded conditions. Transport impacts are considered to be minimal in respect of highway safety, and capacity with on-site car and cycling provision means they are deemed sufficient. Overall, the proposed development meets the requirements of the policy of the local plan set out in the assessment and is consequently recommended to Strategic Committee for approval, subject to the conditions outlined in section 12 of the report. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thanks, Callum. We've got one speaker who's on Teams, and that's Claire Plant.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I'm speaking today very briefly on behalf of West Yorkshire Fire and Rescue Service to support the recommendation. Members will recall the previous application which came to committee earlier in the year for the wider renewal of this site. At the time of those proposals, these proposals for the enhancement of the wider area within the site were still being developed to ensure that they've fully met the operational needs of the Fire and Rescue Service, and that's why the applications have been split in this way. The application now before you represents a comprehensively developed scheme complementing the approved HQ redevelopment and includes the alterations to the RTC yard, enhancements to breathing apparatus and technical training centres, and improvements to the landscaping and tree planting within the site. As set out in the officer's report, the proposals accord with the relevant local policies and, importantly, with the objectives of national policies for the delivery of important infrastructure. The supporting information that we've provided submitted with the application confirms that there's no detrimental impact on residents and no highways impact as a result of maintaining the same level of car parking and access as previously approved. The proposals across the site represent a significant investment by a client in regionally significant infrastructure, and there's a real drive, if this application is approved, for the project to commence and continue on site swiftly to deliver the infrastructure. We therefore respectfully ask members to support the application and also encourage officers to issue the decision in a timely manner to allow the works to progress in the new year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Claire. Right, it's over to members. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. A few questions. Trees. I find it amazing that none of those trees have got TPOs on them. Since I live around the corner between me and my next door neighbour, we've got 13 TPOs in our garden. So the point is, as far as removal of these trees are concerned, it's got to thin out the green line that we've got there between Whitehall Road and the training centre, which might affect the noise, and just wondered if there was any way that we could keep that tree line in to keep the noise down. And if we can't and the trees have to be removed, where are the new trees going to go? Because what I wouldn't want to see is that they get put as saplings onto the land that then's got to be hived off and sold off as development land, as far as that project's concerned. The other is the dogs. I mean, where did the dogs come from? Last year, going to the site, and earlier on there was no noise as far as the dogs was concerned, and now they're putting the dog pound right next to the main road that's facing a residential street. So I'm not sure on that, but as far as the build itself's concerned, I have no objections. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Chair, This item have been before. I think we discussed it. I think looking into the report and the building is a modern multi-purpose building to meet the demands of the modern facilities. Yeah. My only comments and not comments. I'm really pleased the developer of fire station, they are keeping the 1924 war memorial. They are retaining that. I'm well pleased with the very historic. Otherwise, I'm supportive of the scheme. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, I think we actually did a site visit previously as well. I'm quite happy to support this scheme.
Yeah, through you, Chair, I'm just going to bring up a plan that shows the wider site plan, the tree planting, just to address Councillor Thompson's questions. So the trees that are to be replanted are highlighted in that more luminous green colour, shall we say. So you've got a cluster over there. There's some up to the north of the site here. And there is some sporadically, I'll admit, dropped through that tree line where you're referring to, of where they're to be removed. Both myself and the tree officer are both satisfied that that is the highest number of trees that can be replanted within that cluster, both due to light levels and the impact from this extended RTC yard through here. So that ultimately is what we deem is the most they can get in there, and the ones that have put forward to be removed, they ultimately will have to be removed given where that yard is proposed, and that yard is the best point for highways use around the site as well. Yeah, and 9 of the 25 trees proposed are ultimately currently got a disease, so ultimately they might not survive anyhow. Now, I don't have the plan with me to say specifically which 9 they are, but they are 9 of the cluster which are in that southern part anyway. Notwithstanding that, 16 of them don't have a disease, so that's the full facts on there. But in terms of noise generation and what you say about coming from there, we don't believe that there would be sufficiently noise generated to the dwellings that are on the south through there just by the removal of these trees. Yeah, and the environmental health are here if you do have any other questions regarding noise. Just going on to your points about the dog kennels, though, they are search and rescue dogs that are specifically for this use. We know they will be going during night times when noise levels are less, they will be going off the site. It is the fire officers and it is their dogs, so they take them with them, so they're there at daytime use only. As such, the background noise levels are generally high. We don't deem it be any noisier than if you had 2 residential dogs in the dwellings opposite. So ultimately, we don't think that is detrimental to the amenity of dwellings close by. But if you have any other technical questions, as I say, environmental health are here on noise matters. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. So if that's where the new trees are going, to the right-hand side of the access, that is exactly part of the land, and then the dog leg to the right and straight up to O'Croyd, that is all land that will be hived off and sold as development land. So what we're planning on doing is putting the new trees on land that will be sold for development.
Through you, Chair. That land is within the red line boundary. It's not been sold off yet. We deem it as part of this application site and is a suitable place to replant them. If you did want us to go away and look at replanting elsewhere on the site, we obviously can go and do that. But we deem they have quite good visual amenity value in that position as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The trees that are on just at the side of the red line boundary, obviously, is there a chance that those could be removed further down the line? I think that's what the concern may be, that they planted and then removed in some further development.
The condition would ensure that those trees are retained, and if they were lost, then we'd enforce against a breach of condition.
So it runs with the land.
Any more questions? Does anybody want to move it? Right, so that's moved by Councillor Sokol, seconded by Councillor Thompson. We'll go to a vote.
Councillor Sokol.
For.
Councillor Anwar.
For.
Councillor Patterson. For. Councillor Pinnock.
For.
Councillor Gregg.
For.
Councillor Thompson.
For.
Councillor Hall.
For.
So unanimous. Thank you.
Right, it is now Moorgate Farm, Moor Lane at Home Firth, and it is William.
Thank you, Chair. My name is William Simcock and I'm the case officer for this application. The application is for the formation of a glamping site comprising the installation of timber huts to be used as visitor accommodation, a change of use of the existing buildings, existing building to provide guest facilities and associated access works. It is located on the northern side of Moor Lane, which is a short distance west of the village of Netherthong. It is brought before a Huddersfield Planning Subcommittee, Strategic Committee for determination under the terms of the delegation agreement because the site area is in excess of 0.5 hectare.
That one there. There you go. There you go. Well done. Thank you.
Sorry about that, members. I'll just scroll down again to my presentation. The wider surroundings of the site are open and undeveloped. And I shall show the photographs of the site here. This is a general view of the approach to the site, including the access point, this gate. And this is looking east of the site towards the existing entrance to the dwelling, which isn't going to be used. These are views within the site itself, which is a field with a number of trees, bushes and hedgerows near its margins. And this is the building to be proposed to be used for providing facilities. It's proposed that there will be a total of 6 pods for guests located within the western part of the site, and I'll show you the general layout here. The 2 different sizes. The larger ones are for 2 guests each, and there are 2 smaller ones located up here. This shows you what the pods will look like. And this is an artist's impression. So there'll be some formation of decking in order to allow the guests to sit out. This shows the internal plan of the building, originally built as a garage and agricultural storage building. It's going to be used to provide 3 parking spaces, a small coffee shop and gift shop here, and a gym here. A vehicular access track would be formed around from the existing gating access around the western and northern margins of the field, which will allow access to the pods and the allocated parking spaces. The policy issues: the site occupies land that is designated as a green belt in the local plan proposals map. Some other potential constraints are that Moorgate Farm itself is a Grade 2 listed building, and there is an area tree preservation order extending across part of the frontage, which can be seen here, where there's quite a continuous belt of trees. Also, public right-of-way runs through the site near the eastern edge of the site here. Now, new buildings intended to be used as holiday or visitor accommodation are inappropriate in principle, since they are not considered to fall within the definition of appropriate facilities for outdoor recreation in paragraph 149b. The proposed development would introduce residential-style timber buildings, which would be connected to services and would form permanent structures where no buildings currently exist. This in itself would result in quite significant harm to the openness of the greenbelt, which should also be further harmed by the provision of vehicular access and parking spaces, fencing, bin stores, decking and cycle racks. This would conflict with the purposes of including land within the greenbelt, as it would involve a very significant encroachment into open countryside. The points that are made in the applicant's statement of justification do not amount to very special circumstances within the meaning of the National Planning Policy Framework. The development would use an existing access point. A drawing has been submitted showing visibility displays of 2.4 by 90 metres, which is an acceptable distance for a road of this speed limit. The proposed visibility display to the west, however, cuts across land that's outside the red line boundary and appears to be in third-party ownership. It is therefore not possible to guarantee that a sufficient visibility display would be provided or retained in perpetuity. Even if the red line boundary included all relevant land and there were no land ownership issues, there are mature trees within the visibility display covered by an area tree preservation order. Formal tree survey and impact assessment have not been supplied, but it is clear that the provision of a visibility display in either direction would require the removal of a number of protected trees. This would conflict with the aims of Policy LP 33, Hove Valley Neighbourhood Development Plan Policy 2, and paragraph 174B of the National Planning Policy Framework, and cannot be justified in planning terms. The listed building, Moorgate Farm, which cannot be seen on these images, it's just up this driveway, is a considerable distance from the pods and the access track, and it wouldn't be seen in the same context, and it is therefore considered the development would not adversely affect its setting. The potential for noise emissions from guests, which has been highlighted as a concern by some local residents, is also not considered to be a significant concern, as the site is relatively isolated. However, the proposed development would still constitute an appropriate development. It would cause significant harm to the openness of the greenbelt and would undermine the purposes of including land within it. It is officer's assessment that very special circumstances outweighing the harm to the greenbelt haven't been demonstrated in this instance. There are, as stated earlier, unresolved concerns about whether safe access to the public highway network would be achievable. It appears that the proposal would result in the loss of a number of valuable protected trees, and it has not been demonstrated that biodiversity net gain could be delivered following the loss of the existing natural habitat on site. The proposal is therefore contrary to policy on landscape and biodiversity as set out in the local plan and Home Valley Neighbourhood Development Plan. There have been a total of 7 letters of objection from members of the public, and Home Valley Parish Council also oppose. It is therefore recommended that the application be refused for the reasons set out in the report. Thank you, Chair.
We've got no speakers, so it's straight over to members. Mohan.
Chair, if you see on page 233, public response, 7 representatives, I think, I have to be honest, I totally agree with the objector on this one. It's very clear on this page: highway safety, noise pollution, air pollution, light pollution, and the present impact on local wildlife, and the ports will be stand out being, and trees removal impact, and then main objective in green belt area. So I'm totally agree with the officer recommendation to refuse this application.
Thank you, Chair. Mind blown. Okay. So we're objecting to 6 wooden pods being built for a business, and then earlier we're passing planning on what was Greenbelt on 2 sites of what looks like in excess of 2,000 buildings as far as the whole projects. And then we're objecting to this because of light pollution and noise pollution for 6 pods. It really, somebody's got to have to explain it in map terms, in really simple terms, why we would pass on Greenbelt, even though I think I've read somewhere that this in the local plan map. Is that right? Have I read that somewhere? And we've already said on the previous one that we passed that we're willing to take down trees, even though some of them are diseased. But then taking a few trees down here and building temporary buildings is a full objection. I'm not clear on why we would pass the last 3 that we've done and then reject this one. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's a bit more complicated than that. The phrase we often use and planning officers use is you take each application on its own merits. And to some extent, you compare one site with another. But of course, thinking about the last Chidswell site, that land's allocated for it's not in the green belt. It might have been at one time, but it isn't now. This is in the green belt. The fire service one is a slightly special case in relation to the trees. But clearly on this site, there are, it's well set out, there are 4 reasons for refusing it, which doesn't include noise or air pollution, actually. I fully support what's here. In fact, I'll look around, make sure nobody's going to nick it from me. I'd like to propose the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. I have to agree with the officer's recommendation as well on this one. Notwithstanding what Councillor Thompson has said with regards to the reason, ultimately it is down to the local plan why some of these applications are getting approved, which we might not want. And obviously we have our hands tied as members largely on that issue. So there are so many reasons why this one, for me, is just not acceptable. I think the officers have put it out quite clearly, and with regards to the highways issues, with regards to noise, light pollution, it's just not the right sort of place for something like this, in my opinion. So I will be supporting the officer's recommendation for refusal. Thank you.
Thanks. Well, I will second the officers. Sorry, this is serious. We shouldn't. Yes, yeah. I will second the officers' recommendations, but in doing so, I must say, I don't think we have yet accepted, certainly first time round, any camping, glamping scheme whatsoever. And I really do feel that we ought to find, or somebody ought to find, some space in the south of the borough for such recreational facilities. I mean, I think we're sadly lacking in appropriate camping campsites. I can only think of one in Home Valley, or is there 2? And no, I think it's just the one. And we had trouble extending that one at one point, but we did. And for tourism, for tourism and recreational reasons, I think we do need more camping sites. But yes, on this occasion, it's not the right one. So I do second the recommendation.
I think there was one site where a bus got stuck. Yeah. I think I was chasing you around in my car because of some reason, I don't know. Right. I think Carol's right, looking at glamping sites, because since COVID, lots of people are wanting to stop at home and rather than playing about at airports, etc. It is something to look at. It's been moved by Councillor Pinnock, seconded by Councillor Pattison, so we'll go to a vote.
Councillor Sokol.
Our officer recommendation.
To refuse, yeah.
Yeah, for.
Councillor Anwar.
For.
Councillor Pattison. 4. Councillor Pinnock.
4.
Councillor Gregg.
4.
Councillor Thompson.
Against.
Councillor Hall.
4.
Chaos. That's carried refusal.
Right, I make it that this is the last application today until we can all come back next Thursday and do it all again and bring a bloody electric heater here, for God's sake. This is ridiculous. Next Wednesday.
Thursday you're in Dewsbury.
So it's next Wednesday we're back here, Thursday we're in Dewsbury.